to state property with the right to use the land, tasarruf, mulk, or private property. These categories were registered in the official Turkish land register, tapu, while other Miri land could be de facto the private property of high-ranking Ottomans and or influential Syrian businessmen, in spite of the name, of the category, I mean. So, evolution of land administration in Syria. In 1858, the Ottoman Land Code introduced general registration, but was only limited at limited sites. Registration of title and survey was carried out on a large part of the cultivated land in Syria and also in Iraq, hastening the disintegration of communal forms of land tenure, which was called musha', and communal rights. 1930, the law of immovable property number 3339 laid down the principles of procedures for cadastral survey and registration. Owners who received registered title were still Miri holders, which means that nominally tenants of the state, but in practice they owned the land absolutely without any intervention of the authorities, which was quite far away geographically. 1943, about 3.5 million hectares had been surveyed and registered, hastening the disintegration of communal forms of land tenure musha', which we had mentioned a little bit earlier, and communal rights. However, the register system soon failed with ongoing hostilities. 1979, 40% of the agricultural land was registered with clear title given, and joint possession ended in terms of tribal possession. Badia land are both protected by law as state property and usually unregistered. Now, the issue of water, of course, is vital for this area. And it happens that in this area, there is a very important source of water, that is the Euphrates River, which is in the northeastern part of Syria. Locations usually were for establishing communities in the Syrian steppe were chosen according to the availability of water resources and proximity to markets. In the second half of the 19th century, the way to define a home base was for a tribe or family to appropriate what is called a Roman well or a cistern. The well or cistern was claimed by the ones who discovered and rehabilitated it. Community boundaries were drawn.
3 minutes يا دكتور. أنا 3 minutes. مع حضرتك 3 دقائق. أيوة بعد إذن حضرتك.
Okay, so let us skip this one. So the Euphrates Valley issue is an exception in the northeastern Syria. It's a major source of water for the country. It was decided to build a strategic dam, the Tabqa Dam, with the support of the USSR in the 70s. One of the aims was to extend irrigation to an additional 100,000, but according to some sources, the extra land that was fit for agriculture reached 1 million hectares. So I mean, this is of course a very strategic point for the region. So this is the map of the newly irrigated areas. We can see that on the Euphrates. Sorry, I can't show it to you. Oh. Yeah, this is the Euphrates River. So the Tabqa Dam has been hit by, Syria has been hit by a long period of drought between 2005 and 2010. The absence of an efficient water distribution infrastructure and the lack of agricultural practices adapted to arid areas have contributed, according to many authors, to the explosion of violence of the Syrian war, because probably of a very important migration from rural areas to the cities. So in addition to that, the military airport, which is close to the dam, was was conquered by ISIS, but the dam was not damaged. Currently, the dam is under the control of Syrian Democratic Forces, which are mainly Kurdish. Yeah, so mass migration to urban areas, as I told you. For instance, in 1981, Aleppo had a population of less than 1 million inhabitants, but it became home to more than 3 million in 2010. And the same situation has happened in Homs, and this has created a lot of problems and social tensions, and probably has ignited or contributed to the ignition of the civil war. Now, one was a few things related to the soil degradation indicator in Syria that was computed by ICARDA in 2006. We can see that there is the problem of soil degradation is a very serious one for all the Syrian territory. And this is something that we will have, well, that the Syrians will have to tackle very soon, very early. The impact of conflict on agriculture is that agriculture remains a key part of the economy, but the sector still accounts for an estimated 26% of gross domestic product and represents a critical safety net for this around 7 million people who still remain in rural areas. Just for your information, it's not on my presentation, but we have some Iraqi gentlemen who are with us in this not in this room, but in the meeting, and they were telling me that the main source of agricultural products for Iraq is Syria today. So, in spite of the war and difficulties related to that, and this is an important thing. ما هو تقريبا خلصت شوية بس. So there is a problem, a very serious problem concerning oil industry that has been totally uncontrolled, and that has been a major problem for in the environment in these areas during the civil war. Okay, last slide. The last slide, this is the problem of the location of unexploded ordnance on the Syrian territory, which means that wherever you step, you have a problem. You might have a mine or something like that, which is, of course, a very big danger for all the populations. So you have pollution with oil, you have these unexploded ordnance, etc. And you have also the populations who are under, probably more than 90% of the Syrians live below the level of poverty. So I think this is my presentation. I could have said a lot more, but I mean, you've had enough. And I thank you for your attention.
شكرا سيد خوري رفيق خوري.
Thank you, Mr. Khoury Rabeh, for this great presentation and the evolution of land management in Syria. And during the Q&A, if there are some points that were not covered, you can go ahead. But you covered a very important topic about food security in Iraq, who relies on Syria. So thank you. And now we move to Dr. Fawaz. And we would like to hear about the same experience from Urdun. And its impact on food security and water. And if you can cover the important topics on this land.
ممكن العرض التقديمي للأردن.
اوكي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نشكر طبعا.
So in name of God Almighty, thank you to the Kingdom of Morocco. So the topic I will be covering today is the experience of Jordani that is unique and we'll see the season. So this is very complex. So this is a very complex problem that causes a lot of conflicts, either amongst people or between the tribes and the government. Why is it complicated? It's complicated because of the law complex. So we have two types of laws. We have private law and public law. So we will see what are the solutions we can use to solve this problem. So this is a topic that's very lengthy, and I try to summarize as much as I could. So to get started, I would like to talk about Jordan. It is at the heart of the Arab countries. It is a kingdom. It has constitution. So the 89 square kilometers. It has a border with 5 countries and another border with Egypt, which is a sea border. Jordani is divided into 12 regions. Amman is the capital, and the number of inhabitants as of 2023 is 11 million. So everyone knows the importance of land for people. And it's because of this reason that we have conflicts. The land is the livelihood of people. They live out of it. So first we talk about terminology. We do have the land, then we do have privatization. So it means when it's not selling, but because government land is not for sale, so we can either privatize, but we can even transfer the ownership, but we don't sell it. And the assets of the government are those that are registered. So you cannot say it is a governmental land unless it is registered, and that's what causes a problem. So a lot of people think that the land, if it's not registered, it still belongs to the government. In Morocco, they say tahfid al-aqari, which is registration. So either it is registered to the citizen or it is registered to the government. And then we do have some land that can be registered by customs, but cannot be. And then we do have land for cattle as well. So we used in the past the law of 1856 from the Ottoman Empire, and we used it in Jordani until 2019. So in that past law, we used to have 2 other types of land. So in the past, the governor could give land to any citizen for unlimited time. So that's what this land was. And then there is another type of land. If the owner dies, it goes back to the government. So there is the right of ownership. It is the right of ownership of land, which gives you all the rights for that land. And then there is the legal protection, and it is the same in all countries. And we have it's protected by the constitution. Then overall, how can we own land, or what are the reasons? So these are the reasons: either you sell amicably, or you sell through court, or you inherit, or what is it? In the past, if you stay too long in land, it belongs to you. But today, no matter how long you stay in that land, it's not yours. So the types of ownership: there is a private ownership, open ownership, shared ownership. So private ownership is people. So open ownership, it means it belongs to the government. It is owned by the government, but anyone can use it. And then there is shared ownership. For shared ownership, it could be a land, and you have 30 or 40 owners in that land. Or it could be real estate, and it can also be shared ownership for real estate. So I talked about the law, so you know the contact. So now what's specific about the rural land? So there is a custom use. It can be for agriculture, for cattle, and it is also linked to the cultural heritage. And this has still an impact from the colonies, and in the past, the tribes used to go from one region to another region, but today, and thanks to the different changes, it is different, and there are also conflicts. So what we are talking about has two approaches. There is the land approach. So we ask them to own the land. So there is the right of the tribes to own the land. In Jordan, we don't have a tribal land. So there are two topics. There are two types of conflicts. And even legally, they don't differentiate between those conflicts. So we do have initially some regions that are outside the limits of the tribes for the use. So the country came and said to solve the conflict that each one can use those lands that don't belong to anyone. Then there are lands inside the tribe limits, and this can be registered in favor of the tribe. So, what is the reason for this issue? There is a need for land, a need for development. There is also some the increased prices. So then there are two opinions that can be used. So some people say that we need land for the development of the society, and we have then to see how to solve the problem. So the previous law allowed the law.
وبعد فترة معينة يقوم بتسجيل هذه العقارات لهم. للأسف صارت في استغلالات كثيرة، وصار القوي يستقوي على الضعيف ويأخذ أرضه، فانتهى هذا الموضوع وبطل في ما يسمى بالمقاسم العشائرية. هلا زي ما حكينا قبل فترة، قبل يمكن بال 2004 2007 صارت عدة مطالبات برضو بالوجهات العشائرية، وزي ما حكينا الأصل إنه ما يطالبوا بواجهات عشائرية، يطالبوا بالأراضي القبلية.
So is it the tribal?
لبعض القبائل محفوظة بدائرة الأراضي، كان عدة نزاعات ومشاكل على هذه الأراضي، والدولة عملت هذه.
The country made some agreements in order to put an end to the conflicts about lands. What are the recommendations to fix those problems and strengthen the rights of those tribes and local communities? International cooperation to protect the rights of tribes and communities, legislations, reforms regarding legislations in order, especially the legislations that are outdated, employment opportunities for the tribes, and also the consolidation of communication channels between stakeholders. This is a wide subject, and if you have any opinions or additions, you are welcome. Thank you, Dr. Fawaz. This was very enriching, and it is the same problem in all the Arab countries. It's not just Jordan. There are so many things and recommendations we can learn from your experiment and this experience. If there are any questions or comments, I'm going to move to Dr. Elena. She's an expert in water. As we said at the beginning of this session, in the Arab world there are problems regarding water and water scarcity and the effects of climate change on water scarcity and the accessibility of people to water resources. Each year it is decreasing. Dr. Elena made some researches about the alternatives regarding the management of water resources and what are the solutions we might use in this regard. You have
research, especially when it comes to innovative solutions with regards to the water.
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank you for this opportunity that has been given to the University of Florence for presenting the project that I am leading, funded by the Prima Foundation, Section 2, that is AguaMed. There is also one representative of the partners, Dr. Mohamed Wesser, and also Giulio Castelli is with me from University of Florence. So actually, we prepared this presentation showing also two other projects that has been funded by the same, in the same call, 2021, because there is a common line that is connecting these three projects, and these are the use of non-conventional water in agriculture. So these three projects are AguaMed, Agrimar, and AgriMed. Is it? And as I said, the common line is the use of non-conventional water. So what is a non-conventional water? Non-conventional waters is a very wide umbrella that comprehends a lot of different water of different sources and in particular of different quality. So they can be the outcome of some processes. They can be treated in a different way before being used, or they are coming, for example, as a collection of rainfall or runoff. So all the water harvesting systems are belonging to non-conventional water. So here we find some example: desalinated seawater, rainfall runoff water, captured by water harvesting systems, wastewater, or agricultural water drainage. These are the three projects that we are briefly talking about. So AguaMed, I'm the leader, so advancing non-conventional water management for innovative climate resilient water governance in the Mediterranean area. Agrimar, adaptive agreements on benefits sharing for managed aquifer recharge in the Mediterranean region. And AgriMed, innovative aquifers governance for resilient water management and sustainable ecosystem in stressed Mediterranean agricultural areas. So we can see here the partners that are participating in the three different projects. As you can see, we have partners from the northern Mediterranean and from the south Mediterranean. So for example, for AguaMed, we have Italy, Spain, Tunisia, Egypt, Greece, Algeria, and the Netherlands. So the AguaMed and also the others are relying on testing some technologies in demo sites or living labs. For example, for AguaMed, 4 different living labs has been established, one in Italy, in the Val d'Orcia, one in the Segura River Basin in Spain. Tunisia and Algeria is a transboundary watershed, so the Wadi El Kabir, and in Egypt we have the Wadi Nagamish. For the other, we have AgriMed, Jordan, Morocco, and Tunisia. And for Agrimar, regional demo sites, that means very wide areas where the project is applied, and the TICs in particular, Portugal, Spain, Cyprus, and Tunisia. So going to the detail in AguaMed, we can we can see here which are the techniques that has been focused on, and in particular in Italy, in the Val d'Orcia, we had the problem of in the vineyards that due to climate change, rainfall is not anymore enough, so they switched to supplemental irrigation, but the problem was getting water from. So they started to use small agricultural reservoirs that were in some cases already existent, in some others they created new ones, but the problem is also the possibility of having them filled at the time you need, and also the problem of reduction in water availability due to sedimentation. So these are subjects that has been discussed also through the use of models, hydrological models within the watershed, within the living lab. In Spain, they used for the district that is quite large, the conjunction of wastewater coming from water coming from wastewater treatment plants and also desalination. In Tunisia and Algeria, in the transboundary, medium-sized water harvesting structures are used because of collection of water for supporting rain-fed farming like olives and almond. And these structures are flood diversion and managed aquifer recharge. And in Egypt, also desalination and cistern. For the others, I'm not going into too much details because time is running very fast. So for the Agrimar, they tested the managed aquifer recharge in 4 different countries, and they realized a feasibility mapping of the managed aquifer recharge in all sites at regional scale, but also at much more smaller scale where the models has been tested and validated with much punctual data. So this Agrimar is mainly on the utilization of the technique of managed aquifer recharge. And in Agrimed, they tested in Jordan the possibility of applying some techniques for environmental conservation, in particular fighting land degradation. Then in Morocco, more related with water, so efficient irrigation, water resources, additional sources, so new sources, and also the assessment of water quality very much with the nitrates. And in Tunisia, they experiment the equipments, so in particular decision support tool for water saving, more in particular in irrigation. The common line was the participatory approach. So in the 3 projects, actually the involvement of the stakeholders has been applied since the beginning. So a group of stakeholders were meeting for discussing and applying the concept of co-design, the future and the future choices that would have been tested. So here we see the examples in Italy, and in particular we had 4 different meetings with the stakeholders, as I said, but this was not only relying on these 4 times, because there is always ongoing contact with the stakeholders that are representatives for public sector, private, and also private sector as farmers, in particular vineyard. The same for the Agrimar. In the regional demo site, they apply the co-creation for the governance and multi-actor approach for the engagement of the stakeholders. And in Agrimed also they went through education and training activities and the workshop at the demo site. So actually, what we wanted to point the attention on was that both the 3 projects, we could say that they found the same problems in developing the project, and they come up to results or conclusions that are really very similar. Because the first one is related with the stakeholder involvement. So this project that are obviously applied research, they are for sure centered on the stakeholders. So the approach that should be applied is not for sure bottom-up, but top-down, but it's bottom-up. So the involvement of the stakeholders should start from the beginning, but the beginning is not the first day of the project, but is when we are writing the project. So sometimes is an effort that is not arriving to the result because maybe the project is not financed, but we think that it is the only way for really establishing the network for the future users and the future those that are going to be involved. Then the second point is that the technology is present, is ongoing. We don't have to invent anything, but the problem is that the application of this technology. So and also here we need to train, we need to get farmers, in this case, used to use the technology. And also another aspect is trust them, let them trust in the technology, because very often they are a little bit distant from these things. Land degradation and water sustainability nexus, we should switch to non-conventional water, because as has been already said, the water is not enough and it will be not enough in the next future. So we should find the way of make or apply additional water resources. Another aspect is the importance of social and economic sustainability of what we are proposing. Otherwise, nobody will get involved when the project is going to be finished. And the important thing is another the combination of the non-conventional water resources and managed aquifer recharge. So there are examples of using non-conventional water for recharging the aquifers, because if you are waiting rainfall for recharging the aquifer, obviously it will be too late. So we need to increase the amount of water that is going to be, let's say, infiltrated on the soil for increasing the water, the groundwater recharge. And last point is just for saying that we really appreciate the possibility of getting in network with these other projects, because we are thinking that working together is the best solution, because we are working on the same subject. So sharing experiences is fundamental, because we don't want to start from scratch every time. So we will do in the next months, before the end of the year, some other joint action. For example, one, it will be at AGU, and also the final conference will be made jointly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Elena. طبعا الموارد الغير تقليدية للمياه من أهم المناطق اللي أعتقد محتاجين نزود الأبحاث فيها، ومتفقة معاها جدا. يعني هي ذكرت كلمتين، إن التشاور ما بين كافة الجهات المفروض ما يبدأش.
Our work should not be at the start of, at the beginning of projects, but it should start before the project, and also the trust building aspect, which is very essential to the success of any project. And thank you for your presentation. Now we're going to move to Dr. Hassan. You represent the Berlin group and a specialist in planning in Egypt, and you have experience in multiple Arab countries. We want to hear from you when it comes to green spaces and within cities, how we increase urbanization and planning within cities. And also about greenery and green spaces. You have 10 minutes, please. I'm going to use Arabic. Good morning, welcome everyone. Today I'm going to talk about different examples on which we worked with the Arab Institute of in the Arab Institute of Arab Urban Development. The second
العامة في المدن العربية. طبعا هستخدم كلمة فراغات أو مساحات أو فضاءات لأن دي برضو بتختلف.
In cities, models are different from a city to city. For example, in the West and the East, there are two different models are used. In the East, for example, we base our models on space. In the Arab region, there are urban and architectural challenges that are related to land, which is the topic of this conference. And we try to bring together space and land. Conditions are different from a city and a country to another due to economic conditions or conflicts as well. The principal characteristics can be a preparation for urbanization. The challenges are climate challenges, and the priority should be given to small-scale planning and neighborhoods, and also the cost of preparation. The relation between land and public space, any project needs land. The discussion we have now, we talk about the ownership of land. We need space and also to know to whom this space belongs in order to manage it properly. The development needs and the specificities of the place on which we work and the needs of the society. The management of land and green spaces, the question is how can we deal with public spaces so it would have a role in food security and climate change in Arab cities. If we take a look to the public space, there are two essential types: urban farming, which is and also the essential green spaces. These two elements, the green cities, where we need management of spaces and lands in this case, it is very essential to the sustainability of cities. I'm going to try to be quick. If we start by the process of public space governance, it is based on our knowledge and definition to different stakeholders and the power dynamics between them. This is very important. The most important part here is maintenance and the management of public spaces, and the fear in cooperation with the private sector, because the government might be afraid that the private space might use those public spaces without incorporating the society and the community. If we mention the role of public space, there are two roles. The first one is the question of food and also the heat waves that we have in different Arab cities. Those green spaces are very essential to the reduction of temperatures and airflow. Trees also help with the oxygen production and the decrease of CO2 in air. For example, in Beirut, these are some informal unplanned places in Egypt. There is no space, apparently, and this is a project of a greening in Saudi Arabia, in Riyadh. At the very beginning, I was not clear, but in Arab cities, conditions are different due to economic elements and conflicts. There are some initiatives in the Arab Council countries due to the difficult climate conditions. Greenery improves the quality of life in those places. This is a project in Dubai that has to do with urban agriculture. For those interventions, there are different levels. On the city level, as in Riyadh or in Cairo, the Al-Azhar garden, where there was an intervention, and this greenery affects the whole city. This is in Doha, in Qatar, a garden. This is on the neighborhood level in Doha as well, in the Al-Ma'mura garden. This is in Amman, the Housing Bank garden, where the intervention on the neighborhood level was in cooperation with the bank. The bank financed the project and also the maintenance. The participatory neighborhood greening needs different regulations, such as the involvement of or the community engagement, and also small-scale interventions on the neighborhood scale. These are some examples of the approach. It does allow us to deal with each case according to its conditions. The first thing is we have to have a long-term planning between different partners and use different examples. This is the relationship between food and public space. If we talk on different levels of development, there is a social development in the improvement of climate, the strengthening of the relationships between the people, and the idea of dealing with different users and their needs, especially the marginalized people such as women and also refugees and migrants. This depends on the idea that we bring together all those people targeted in different ways. I'm going to show you some examples, but there are time constraints. The Arab Urban Development Institute, we have something we call the Institute of Urban Innovation, which is collective or participatory collective greening. This project's duration is 4 years. It is one of the different activities of the Institute. The interventions in the project, at first we were trying to see and look where the gap and the need is. As you see, this is a picture where this type of images are existing in different Arab cities where green spaces are absent. And another aspect is the limitation of green green spaces are limited, and this is a matter that decision makers should tackle. As you see here, these are images from Cairo. There is increase in population density. and also there is no social equality. There are huge projects, but also slums. Through this project, the idea was for us to work on the neighborhood level, which are residential spaces. There are two types of interventions. We work on offering green spaces and then some small spaces which we call tactical interventions. Some green spaces, small green spaces in different places. The city we chose was Tunis and in Tunisia, and then Amman, and then Port Said in Egypt. The project is the duration of the project is 4 years. The idea is based on dealing with all the actors involved and decision makers, and also the people that would benefit from this project. Also, these are the main partners, the Arab Fund for Economic and Social Development, and also the Arab Urban Development Institute, and other experts from different Arab countries. And each one adds value based on his experience and background. The idea of having the university in partnership with the municipality is trying to bring together practice and academic knowledge. We are always trying via scientific research and education to find ways to provide a win-win situations where students can do research and gain, and also municipalities and local administrations would get new ideas from those students. We have here three work packages. And the first one is the large green space, which and also small scale interventions within the same neighborhood. So the greening would be seen, and we can feel the change. Those greening projects in the Arab countries, we have different reports. All those reports are related to participatory greening. Greening, it does not only mean green spaces, but it's a whole concept. So when we say here green, it means sustainability, and then energy, and then and also energy saving. The second package is small scale interventions, and then the third is the knowledge transfer. We are working currently on reports, and something I forgot to mention is that there is an educational platform called MOOC, which allows practitioners and municipalities to take different courses online, and we are preparing for this, and also training courses done by specialists in different cities. In Tunis next week with different municipalities and administrations of participatory greening. We are working with them in this regard. This is a workshop in Tunis in last October. a group of students, local and international ones, in participation with the local municipality and different professors. This is a meeting with the municipality. This is the analysis of the students. The idea of doing analysis and what the place in needs. The second project is with the University of Berlin and also different partners. This is similar to this one is similar to the second project, but there are differences in financing. I'm going to show you some pictures. This was a visit in Tunisia. We bring together each workshop and then we go to a certain country. And also these are works done by the students. This was in Irbid in Jordan. I'm going to put an end to my presentation here. Thank you for your attention.
جدا يا دكتور حسن. يمكن كمان حابة أقول لحضرتك إن بالنسبة لنا في مدينة زي الرباط أنا الحقيقة كنت سعيدة جدا بوجود المساحات الخضراء، وهي طبعا نموذج رائع لمدينة عربية بتتمتع بمساحات خضراء واسعة، وهي زي ما حضرتك قلت هي مش بس مهمة للتغيرات المناخية والطاقة والأمن الغذائي وغيره، بس كمان للراحة النفسية. فأنا لقيت صراحة يعني حتى المواطنين هنا أعصابهم مرتاحة، على عكس مدن ممكن تكون زحمة وتبقى يعني فيها ضغط نفسي عالي لما بيكون بدون مساحات خضراء. فهي الحقيقة بتأثر كمان الجانب النفسي هام جدا اللي بنسميها الويل بينج بتاعت البشر يعني. عايزة اتنقل دكتور رائد، بنختم مع حضرتك، ويعني حابة أسمع من حضرتك التجربة على إشراك المجتمع المدني والتحالفات وتأثير دوت على سياسات وصنع القرار. فحابة حضرتك تكلمنا عن الموضوع ده. اتفضل يا دكتور.
مساء الخير. اول شيء دائما اخر واحد يمكن بكون الناس مالين، ان شاء الله حاول نكون خفيفين عليكم ونقدم ماده جيده وتكون خفيفه على الجميع. بدايه بعرف نفسي انا من التحالف الوطني للارض في الاردن، راح نحكي عنه لاحقا، بس احب انه قبل ما نتحدث عن دور المجتمعات المدنية في تعزيز وتعديل القوانين والتشريعات المتعلقة بالأراضي، بحب إنه أحكي شغلة. ما بعرف إذا حدا فيكم بيعرف إنه علماء الآثار اكتشفوا في الأردن أقدم رغيف خبز بالعالم، عمره يمكن 1,000,000 سنة أو زي هيك. طبعا هاي المعلومة بتعطيني شغلة، إنه زمان كانوا عندهم استخدامات مثلى، كانوا مشاركين بصنع قرارهم وغذائهم، فبالتالي انه كانوا عارفين انه لما يساهموا بصنع القرار بيكونوا بيعملوا استقرار سياسي واقتصادي واجتماعي. طبعا احنا راح نتحدث عن دور التحالفات الوطنية، بس قبل ما اتحدث عن التحالفات الوطنية بدي احكي انه رغيف الخبز اللي اكتشفوه بيعطينا انه قديش كانوا كثير بيآمنوا انه لما كلهم يجتمعوا على صنع القرار السياسي والتشريعي انه هاي الاراضي إلنا واحنا بنساهم بزراعتها وهي امنا زي ما بنحكي دائما، بنكون احنا قادرين على انه نساهم.
دكتور لحظه، هو في مشكله في الترجمه؟ ممكن الترجمه ايه الاخبار؟ الترجمه مش شغاله. اوكي.
Okay. I talked about okay, for they discovered in Jordan that bread was in Jordan, and it is not on Oman, but it was in the desert in the east of Jordan. And imagine in that period there were green spaces, and they were planting and they were making decision in order to had an impact on the nature of life and the space of Levant. It is considered as a basket for food in Jordan. And we were working in order for food security, and this was a national coalition, and we were talking together and working together. As a matter of consequence, we came here in order to organize the national coalition, in order to organize and we were decision makers at that moment. And we are a state. Jordan is considered one of the countries that we can find a lot of sources. We receive refugees, and it is very important. And if we talk about the surface of Jordan, more than 90 kilometers per square, but 99% is considered as a desert. And I think that I discussed with a lot of colleagues and said in 2008 just 1 million, but now there are many millions. And in 2023, more than 11 millions. You can see that there are a lot of, we use a lot of resources. As an example, for if we can find and we are talking about the usage that is not considered as idealistic. The rules in Jordan, we have a lot of legal rules, but had an impact on using these resources. For example, if we talk about the law of agriculture, okay, we can see that there is another philosophy in these laws, and in the region of Amman, because of these laws. Of course, if we look at the uses of the agriculture land in Jordan, okay, we can see that are distributed in such way. I'm talking about an important about the regions that are not that cannot be planted. It is called Badia, and it is considered as a desert. But if we use water, it will be a green space. But what is from which place we can find water? And this is considered as a great challenge for how to use lands. If we want to use these lands that are desert, is a challenge. Of course, our colleagues talked about a lot of challenges, And also there is a conflict about the places that include forests. Just 1%, and there is a conflict. And also the land of camps. When the Palestinians come back to their home, we will, of course, even these camps, we can find a lot of conflicts. And also we have a problem of the governance of lands. So we have a lot of laws, but as a matter of consequence, there is a problem of how to use these lands. Of course, there is a law which govern how to use lands for urbanization. Of course, we have a plan. It is just to organize the city, but the environmental issue is out of consideration. Of course, we have a lot of crises, especially in the time of COVID-19. There is a climate change, and we are trying to find solution, but these efforts have not taken into consideration the local people who can be involved and who can use their lands. So, as a matter of consequence, we try to make a coalition, national coalition. We come back to and we try to make a lot of national coalition, and we develop a strategy that can have an impact on national policies. And we try to set up a committee, and after we discovered that we have similar goals and similar issues, and we found that there is a common ground that we can use. Of course, we're trying to be pride as a national coalition that consists of a lot of institutions, and we try to make an internal regulation, and we started. Please, can you make a summary in order to have questions? Our aim is to put pressure on the stakeholders, and we have principles that are related to human being who is considered as a center point for any change. And we tried to gather, to assemble them, and the laws that are related to lands, and integrating civil society. And there is an important point that I want, and the mechanism. It is the mechanism how we are working.
We are working together with the government in order to create channels of communication. We always hold discussions with people and try to help them and find suitable solutions with decision makers. This is why we open channels of communication with the Jordanian Parliament and sit with the Committee of Agriculture and Water and try to change some legislations. 4 weeks ago, there were some reforms regarding the use of land. There was talk with the Minister of Agriculture in this regard, and also there is coordination with international organizations. The UN Habitat was the latest one. They were the first. They gave us the opportunity to give to the workers in the national coalition some added experience. And they're also helping us with the data, which is in itself a strength for the government. The people who work on site would provide information that would help decision makers. When you I want to thank you, Dr. Raed. We don't have much time, so we will have to be concise. We will have additional discussions. It is very important to involve communities in decision making, and your role is very important. And we in the UN Habitat, we believe in the participatory approach and involving communities in decision making and all the steps of decision making. Thank you. I know that time is over, but can we please take a question or two? If anyone asks me about the loaf of bread, I'm going to answer later. Can we take two questions, please? If there is any comment, we can communicate with each other after the discussion. We need to because we need to empty the room for the next discussion. Can we take one question? My name is Sarbaz Ahmed Omar, an agricultural from Kurdistan of Iraq. Can we use roof gardening as a step to adapt to climate changes and also the harvesting of water? This is my question. I want to add something. I concluded with something from your talk, which is that our problem is regional agriculture. It is the essence of development and national security, and also food security and environmental diversity. Is there any question? So we can give one full answer to the two questions. Thank you. In fact, all the topics were interesting. We would like to have more time with you in order to discuss these important and enriching topics about ownership and all these details. These are very important things. We must learn these things if we want to work in land rights. For the doctor, you mentioned a point that one of the challenges is the high cost of greening. If we compare it with spaces within neighborhoods, which is made of cement, these are of high cost, but they are being used more than green spaces. This is all I have. There is another question.
Interventions. I took note of the question of knowledge transfer when working on greening cities, and I was interested in understanding to which, so you said that you've been publishing throughout the project and disseminating the information, and I would be interested in how you made choices of what to produce and also for which audiences it was produced. Thank you.
اتفضل دكتور حسن.
طيب
First and foremost, for roof gardening, it is not enough. It's just one way of interventions that might reduce heat waves and also increase environmental resilience and sustainability. And also it can help in food security. It can reduce the cost on families. So instead of buying something from the market, they can just grow something from themselves. If they do a study, if we do a study, there are some places in the Arab world where this is successful. For the cost question of greening in itself can be of high cost when it comes to the maintenance, because the maintenance is the problem. That is why in some cities they use plastic instead of planting. Plastics is not sustainable and it harms the environment, but it's forced on us sometimes. There is a report which are benchmarkings in topics regarding greening, where we try to analyze international experiences and try to be and try to make it adapted to the Arab world. The people in charge are local administrations. The second question has to do with the projects in the Arab cities. There are 60 projects. We do an analysis to the projects. You can find it in the portal. In some cities, we have reports. In a place in Tunisia, we are preparing a report about this place. It is going to be published in both English and Arabic. Thank you, Dr. Hassan. Thanks to the audience for bearing with us. There is one note I want to add, a comment about a map I had in my presentation. The mistake, if there is a mistake in the borders of any country, this is just a mistake. We respect everyone and we respect the United Nations, and I worked on a report on the state of Arab cities with the UN, and we really paid attention to the borders, so to respect the international borders in any publication. And I am sorry if there is any mistake. Thank you for your clarification, Dr. Hassan. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to the panelists for being with us. And I want to thank the organizers because they gave us additional time to help us be here with you and to do our best. And thank you again.
reference problem in Jordan was working for this country over the years. All the employees now they are retired. None of them they can extract them. So nobody know how to fix the problem.
لا بس عايزاها مع الصورة دي. هي لازم تيجي انت من هنا.
About this problem, they want an expert to talk about. Give me your.
العالم باين والملك باين.
You have interested because they ask me to find someone who. Okay, don't talk.
Hey. Grazie mille, è stato un piacere, davvero. Ti aggiungo sul LinkedIn, così rimaniamo in contatto. Affari internazionali. Sì, sì, sì. Infatti ero 2 settimane fa, sono stata a Milano perché faccio anche tipo consulenza e public speaking con sai le certificati tipo fair trade. وشوف الشركات السياحه اللي بيتعاملوا معاها ايه. احنا هنا عندنا وانا جاي انا هم اليوم حبيبات بتوع المغرب اتكلموا بتوع القاهره، احنا سجست فود احنا عايزين في توب وسكن برايفت طبعا، بس طبعا كان اوت اوف دي طبعا نزيف في المحافظين بتاع فيرما نازل فيه، بس هو ايه بينقوا لنا احسن حاجه وفقا للسعر. وعلى فكره تكتيك فود نازل فيه 120,000 فود 140 فاللي هو ايه مش فارقه على ال 20 دولار ولا ال 20 يورو، يبقى قعدت في حته نظيفه برضه الفرق مش كبير على فكره. بس هو
Create your own website with ease using Hostinger AI Website Builder. Simply describe what you need in the prompt box and let AI
you know, it's, I think it's needed to the laptop to see that the presentation, it's near, because it's impossible to, yeah, I have laptop. Yeah, it should be to do it in here and connection. Yeah, it's necessary. It's fine.
But not, I think maybe not every, they don't have the, because some conference calls, they have two screens. One is for the speaker and one is for the audience. Yeah, we'll put also.
No, I am fried from that. You know, I am applied for that, the question from.
You don't want to take something to eat?
Yeah,
because the session is quite long.
You were from?
I'm from Singapore.
Singapore?
Yeah.
And
write your name, full name, your position, and a few lines about yourself so I can, properly introduce you to the speakers, to the audiences. Okay, it's an Arabic name. Yeah, we use it in Jordan. Yeah, I know. Adawa? Adawa? Adawiya? Department of Technical Studies. Okay. What is it? German? General. Okay. Thank you, Farhan. Dr. Walid, can you come to the stage, please? Gia, can you come as well? إيناس موجودة؟ إيناس آية ممكن تشوفي إيناس؟ لا إيناس is missing. So, Dr. Siraj,
Adil?
Oh, and Adil. Are they all here in the room? So I'll be calling them because there is not enough time for all of them. Thank you so much. Can I guide you to your seat, please? I'll be sitting.
You'll be sitting, sorry. Then we can leave, right?
You can stay. Do you want to leave the stage? I'll keep you here because of the questions and answers.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
And this is the mic.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
إيناس كرسيكي قبل جيا. Yami, I need the, because of the French. Can you get one?
Adil? somebody needs to go and locate Heba. Who's the first? Adil, can you just explain to me the format? I think we're given 15 minutes, but there are other panels also with us at the same time. So we finish ours, and then the next panel starts, right? And have the slides gone in? Is that what we're going to do? Who's going to operate the slides?
I went to the app. Yours is not there. I couldn't find it. But I'm not connected now.
Dima, can I offer you a small suggestion, because people haven't seen all their bios, so you could just ask them to briefly introduce themselves and start off, because this is a rapid session that's there for you know. My colleagues, of course, and also other, depending on you. Our colleagues, we can just introduce us very briefly.
Yeah.
No, I can even introduce it.
Your all bios?
You have, okay. Then that's lovely.
But when I call them, they can briefly introduce themselves.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Adil, I'll give you the floor to introduce yourself, okay? When I call you Anhiba and Musab, huh? I think we need to start the session, otherwise we won't have enough time to cover all the presentations. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dima Abu Diab. I'm the head of UN Habitat Jordan office. Welcome to our session on land for housing and slum transformation. It's an honor, actually, and privilege to be your moderator for this session and to guide today's discussion over the next 1.5 hours. This session will explore transformative solutions for land management and housing, with a particular focus on innovative practices and case studies from 5 countries in the region, including Djibouti, Egypt, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, and Oman. We will begin by examining land administration reforms and urban areas redevelopment efforts in Djibouti, showcasing how policy and planning can be harnessed to revitalize urban spaces. Next, we will also shed the light on cultural resilience, youth and housing, as well as land property rights during urban crisis, drawing on evidences from Egypt, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia. A case study from Muscat, Oman will explore how land distribution laws have contributed to urban sprawl, providing valuable insights into legislative approaches that can more effectively manage urban growth. The session also will highlight the critical role of Geographic Information System, GIS, in population and housing censuses, emphasizing their importance in improving environmental statistics and urban planning. We will also examine spatial planning and land management strategies designed for displacement in dry land regions, emphasizing the role of nature-based solutions in addressing the unique challenges in these areas. Through these discussions, we aim to provide practical insights on how to integrate land governance, spatial planning, and innovative technologies to improve housing access, transform informal settlements, and promote sustainable urban development across the region. I look forward to the conversations ahead and the valuable perspectives each speaker will bring to table in this session. So we will start our session with a presentation that was supposed to be provided by His Excellency Mr. Omar Ali, Director General of the General Directorate of Lands and Land Conservation in Djibouti. Unfortunately, he's not here with us today. So his colleague, Mr. Farhan Adwa, the head of Department of Technical Studies of Directorate General of Land in Djibouti, will present the presentation. The first technical paper is around reform of land administration an urban area redevelopment in Djibouti, and it will be provided in French, right, Farhan? Okay. The floor is yours, please. Use this one to move the slides. Presentation, please, IT people. Yeah, please.
Is it Heba?
En touchant ici, excusez-moi. Après, pour faire défiler, c'est...
I think this one is moving the slides up. Can we show the first presentation, please? The one related to Djibouti? Okay. Yeah, it started now.
Donc,
So, good morning to all of you. I would like to do a presentation on the reform of the land administration in the Republic of Djibouti. The General Directorate of the domain is just trying to set the context on the mission on our work, and then talk about the different components. So the General Directorate of the Land Conservation is a component of the Ministry of Budget. It was established in the 1930s by the colony, and since it was reformed many times, administrative reforms that came up with new orientations and new objectives as set up by the government. So the General Directorate of the domain had a larger scope since 2000, or since the years 2000, because of our urban development policy that is accelerated and that is linked to the economic growth. Then, with the law 99, that mandates the law 53, since we have income, we are therefore under the Ministry of Budget. But since then, it has become General Directorate with 6 services. So amongst the 3 components, there is the management of land, the management of the assets of the government, and also answer the needs of the government. So, as I said, it's one component of the budget department or ministry, and its main mission is to sell lands, and then it does the registration and manages the transfers and the collateral. So it is about strengthening the human and material capacity in order to guarantee the safety of the country. So among the missions that we do have in our administration, it is to implement the policy of the state, and also see what are all the issues that we do have in the government. So assess the assets of the state, and manage the different collaterals, and much more. So this is just to tell you that managing the slums is concern for the government. So we do have projects that is ongoing, which is an integrated project to get rid of the slums. So we launched in 2016 a program that is called Zero Slums for the improvement of the urban life and to give access to all. The objective, this is a program that was supported by the World Bank in order to strengthen the management of the urban life. So we do have a number of recommendations that are about the land rights, promoting the urban life and integration of administrative procedures and management of taxes, land taxes, and introducing new technologies. In this work, we did the capacity building and we also increased our resources to answer the needs of the households in Djibouti, more specifically in the neighborhoods that need to be restructured and for the household who will be living in those areas. So in Djibouti, the project Zero Slums was initiated by the government with the support of the World Bank, and it has for objective to bring new answers to areas that are more vulnerable, especially in the Balbala, where we have the most vulnerable people. So this project targets 25,000 habitats. So the components of the project is to have institutional tools, regulatory tools, and operational tools in order to implement our project Zero Slums, but also to attract participative investments for the rehabilitation of the urban zones that were chosen. So if I give you the target neighborhoods, so in most of the neighborhoods having informal habitats and constructions with temporary material do not take into account the existing urban plan. Therefore, there is a need for studies, for strategy, for urban reform. So among the 30 neighborhoods, we identified the surface area, the number of households, and also the communes that are covered. So this is just to show some images. The slums of Djibouti look like that. So I took one of the neighborhoods, and they don't have roads, sanitation, water, electricity, and therefore there is a lot of land issues and are not registered. These lands are not registered in the land authority, with the land authority, and are also vulnerable to climate change. So in our project Zero Slums, we have done detailed plan that allowed us to do a lot of intervention in the neighborhoods. So this is everything in yellow are the new areas that are planned for in the neighborhood that didn't exist before. So thanks to this project, we set up a software that's called ARC-GIS. So all this is with the support of service provider. We also have a platform, and we digitalized 24,000 titles, and all of the documents were uploaded in the platform with the support of local service provider. We also established a geo the group. So we have also set up a station which is which has for objective to improve the land quality. So we have done some studies that allowed us to identify the different zones. So we have identified some points to be GS18 secondary. We also acquired some new land survey equipment in order to strengthen our teams. We also signed a convention for partnership for maintenance of the station. And we noticed that as of today, these conventions are signed for data sharing and also to strengthen the exchange of data. We have also done a first study to target the GS18 point. And also what you need to know, in Balbala, where we have the most slums, we set up a database for Balbala North. We also did a capacity building for different topographers and topography engineers. We also went to Rwanda in order to set up land management information system that is ongoing. So today we have already registered 5,554 titles. And to conclude, the main challenges that we do have, and we still have challenges, the centralization of the administration, reconstitution, capacity building, multiple course networks, legal framework and regulatory framework. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farhan, for sharing the experience of Djibouti in rehabilitating informal settlements and following an integrated approach where they include institutional tools, regulatory tools, and also participation, which is quite important in such context. And also thanks a lot for shedding the light on the key challenges that the country is still facing, and I believe that a couple of countries are still facing the issue of centralization. So now let's move to the second presentation, which is about cultural resilience, youth and housing, land and property rights during urban crisis, evidences from Egypt, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia. So this presentation will be presented by 4 researchers, starting with Dr. Siraj Said. Let me introduce you Dr. Siraj, and then we can give the floor to other researchers to introduce themselves. So Dr. Siraj is a professor of law and development and director of Noon Center for Equality and Diversity at University of East London. An alumnus of Harvard Law School and Universities of London and Madras. He is a land and development expert and has worked extensively with international agencies, governments, academia, and civil society in over 24 countries around the world. In 2006, Said co-founded the leading global land tool network, GLTN, with over 85 partners, and is currently co-chairing the GLTN academic and training cluster. He is also co-chairing the UN Habitat Stakeholder Advisory Group Enterprise, which regularly advises the UN Under Secretary General on Sustainable Cities, and has served as a member of the World Urban Forum Advisory Board, Abu Dhabi, Katowice, and Cairo. He also served as the chair of the UN Iraq Evaluation Commission, contributed to the drafting of laws in Somalia, and was the chief evaluator of the UN Future Saudi Arabia program. He has also published widely with funding from UN, UKRI, GCRF, GLTN, and NIHR. Welcome, Dr. Siraj. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dima. I didn't know that you were going to read that out and embarrass me like this. But thank you very much. It's a privilege to be part of our research team, and we'll be presenting an outline of our ongoing research, which is on youth cultural resilience in urban crises. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes because we are then going to be followed by case studies from Egypt, Morocco, and Saudi Arabia. Just to say that we're just coming, Heba and myself, from the Youth Assembly. It goes without saying why youth empowerment is intrinsically important, particularly important at this point of time in this region. And in terms
sorry, Doctor, IT people, can you please play the presentation?
Oh, sorry.
It's not shown yet. The second presentation, please.
No, that's okay. Yeah, this is only for the first 3 slides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm just covering the first 3 slides, so it doesn't matter where exactly the slide is. So just to say that the topic speaks for itself, why we need resilience, and especially the definition of cultural resilience is the ability of individuals and communities to cope and adapt to the challenging circumstances using cultural systems, practices, and so on. So apart from the formal, there's also, community and cultural practices that are there. I just want to frame this in the context of the new UN Habitat Strategic Plan, which actually looks at the issues of course, housing, land, and basic services. But when it talks about, for example, the continuum of land rights, we recognize not just the sort of formal tenure or the customary systems, but a whole lot and range of opportunities that arise. And particularly in the context of young people, we need to see them as both drivers of change as well as the future of what we do. So I'm just going to hand over to my illustrious colleague, Professor Heba Khalili, to take us through the first case study, which is on Egypt and beyond. I'm just trying to save time and come within the 15 minutes so that we can have time for question and answers. Thank you so much, Heba.
Thank you, Dr. Said.
Thank you for that. I will try to make this quick.
Would you like to move here?
Yeah.
Please.
So, can you have the slides? The same slides, don't change. Yes, thank you very much. So, I am Heba Khalil. I'm professor at Cairo University, professor of sustainable urbanism, and I'm also part of NILGA, the Network of Excellence in Land Governance in Africa. For our work with our colleagues here, we'll be sharing the issues that are within the Egyptian context. So, of course, now, by the 3rd day in the conference, you are all aware of all the issues that are there, specifically in various countries. And I'm sure a lot of you have already attended the presentations done by the Egyptian government and the various stakeholders. And so I will not go into details of the numbers of how many people are having problems with housing or with a provision of land for development. And of course, our continuous urbanization and encroachment on agricultural land. There are so many research in that sense. And of course, in Egypt, we live on a very small portion of our country. So a lot of projects have been done in terms of participatory planning and youth engagement, whether from a scale of strategic city planning down to public space projects or public space upgrading. A lot of work has been done also with the Urban Development Fund, specifically in the past 2 to 3 years. Interestingly, we had an opportunity to work within a very interesting area within Cairo, which is specifically called Ard al-Liwa. Ard al-Liwa is an informal area that has been completely developed by people, by the community themselves. And it presented an interesting example, because at a point of time, 4 years ago, that we had a ban on new development. So the government decided that we ban all buildings, all new buildings within the city for like for a certain time, which means that no further development is allowed in these lands. And interestingly, youth-led development recognized the need for various services. One of them is youth centers and sports facilities. So previously, no one would build a sports facility for anyone. Just build housing and that's it. And of course, with some commercial activities and so forth. So commerce at the ground level, and then the rest of the building is housing. But because of that ban, and because of this kind of initiative that the youth took, they decided to communicate with the landowners. Now you have a piece of land, you cannot build the housing. Can we start a different project? So what they did is that they started these two community-led sports interventions. One, they are called Al Hurriya Sports Club. And you can see these two pieces of land with a very compact development area. And by time, they were actually recognized by the Ministry of Sports, and they became part of the Sports Federation. And in that model, what they did is that they identified a market need, a possible profit, and a different kind of collaboration setup. So these are just the photos of the land. It's a piece of land that used to be agriculture. Typically, it would have been built like the surrounding buildings, the brick and mortar, high-rise buildings. And what they did is they just started having a football field and a self-defense area for sports like karate and so forth. And so this is very popular among the young people over there, playing football, of course, and that's why they became part of the Sports Federation for entering the tournaments for sports. So although it is a community-led sports facility, but it became more formal. And interestingly, also, they built a pool. They never had a pool in that area, so no swimming. And building a pool within an informal area is quite interesting. And what they made it covered, so for privacy. They made it heated, so it is heated during winter time. And I went there with my students interviewing various people who are going there. We find like ladies who are veiled and even completely with a niqab going there, trying to learn how to swim. The facility offers this kind of service that was not there before. And even some of the people who were coming to this facility, they do not live there anymore, but their families still live there, so they are very much attached. So it's a very interesting model. That's why we took this further. We identified with my students all the lands that are of similar nature, and in that sense, inspired by their initiative, we try to come up with a land typology matrix and what could be the possible interventions. We identified a piece of land adjacent to a school. How can we also think about temporal use of this piece of land? Sometimes it is a parking space for the school buses, but what kind of other activities that could be done in other times of the week or other times of the day, of also having a sports facility. This awareness of the importance of sports facilities in this area was not there before, but because of this initiative of the youth, people from there, they started this process, and this facilitated our work with our students, thinking of also of the building, how it can accommodate various uses, and also of future extensions, how can this building stay evolving in future. So, I mean, these are just of some of the real facilities and how they inspired also students from our side to think in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hiba. Thank you very much.
think,
So we move to the second speaker, which is Dr. Adel Said, right?
No, Musab will work.
Musab first, okay. So it's not on order. Yeah. Could you briefly, Musab, introduce yourself before you start?
Hello, everybody. I'm Musab Riyashi. I'm an agricultural engineer and biodiversity research officer. And I've had the chance to work with this great team on this research paper, and I'm here to present the Moroccan context. So, as a beginning, as the OECD's National Urban Policy Previews notes, Morocco has an urban population of 65% that is very centralized in major cities such as Casablanca, Rabat, Tangier, where in the cities that act as the economical power for the country. a lot of we also see that a lot of young people in Morocco have shifting culture and social attitudes and aspire for better lifestyles, which leads them to migration, either internally or externally, and there's also urbanization that creates choice over land use, livelihood, transitions, housing, and sustainable urban development in Moroccan context. Focusing on Morocco's green youth strategies and city planning in Rabat, Morocco. In the case of Morocco, cities such as Casablanca and Rabat, with their innovative public services provided through city development, public transportations, parkings, and many other new projects that are currently under development, that shows a high level of satisfaction of quality of life facilities and green spaces, such as Casablanca's new finance city, with its big project of integrating biodiversity and green spaces to the city of Casablanca. That has a very serious problem with green spaces for a long time. In another side, we see Rabat that has benefited from infrastructure development and economical optimization. However, it affected housing market, both by foreign influence and also internal influence, due to the rapid urbanization and the growth of population in the city, which leads youth to settle down in surrounding cities such as Ain Auda or Sidi Yahya Zair or Sabah or Sla Jadida. And the problem with those cities is that you need to think of a new, a more efficient transportation system that could control the flow back to the cities, which is the case now with the new project of 2030. So just a simple presentation of the topology of housing in Morocco, housing sectors. As we said before, that 64% of majority of urban households live in modern Moroccan houses. But there was also the problem of slums. And recently Morocco did a lot of efforts in reducing slums in major cities such as Rabat, with transportation of more than the replacement of more than 12,000 of them to cities that are near the settlement.
Musab, you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes.
Yes. Go directly, please, to the subject.
I will go quickly
because you still have your colleague also to present the third case study.
I go quickly through the markets. So we have also the as we said before, the problem of prices. As we can see in major cities such as Rabat, the apartment price per meter square is very high, around 15,000, while in some cities that are around it, it's like for Saleh, it's 8.5, for Kinitra it's 7.4, for Mohammedia it's also very high. And this also creates a problem for the youth and their accessibility to land and housing. For the governance improvement, we need, as the evaluation of the governance urban in a housing space, as a potential solution is the implementation of coordinating regional, economical, and social, cultural, environmental development as an integrated key in the economical development. And yeah, this brings an end to the Moroccan context and for housing space, and I'll leave for Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much, Musab. Thank you. So So we move now to Dr. Adel, who will talk about the case study of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I know we're short on time, so
Yeah,
we'll
we
try
need to
and
give
make
the
this
chance to
as
other
quick
speakers.
as
We still have
possible.
3 speakers.
Can we please have the slides back? Yeah. Okay. In a previous life, I used to work for a company called Bureau Happold, which did a lot of project work in Saudi Arabia. So I was based in Riyadh. And this case study comes out of that work. So Saudi Arabia has a key issue in terms of rapid urbanization, but very unsustainable urban development with large urban sprawl, and also a climate crisis that is emerging in terms of flooding, temperature, storms, also droughts and other things. And the graph here just shows kind of what the rapid kind of urbanization has been in Riyadh and Jeddah, for instance. If we can go to the next slide, please. Yep. So what the response has been through the UN Habitat Future Saudi Cities program was to think about this in a different kind of way in terms of smart city indicators. So thinking about the data that we have and the evidence and trying to draw that together in order to build better urban policy. For example, thinking about the issue of transport or the issue of housing, etc., which were identified as key priority areas. Young people featured in this because of their use of digital communications and technology as a digital generation, as they've seen in Saudi. One of the projects that I worked with was the Riyadh downtown redevelopment. So in this project, we took the historic core of Riyadh and we replanned it in terms of the master planning. So this was led by the Royal Commission for Riyadh City, but a lot of consultants were involved because of the cultural dimensions, thinking about areas that had historic value to the communities that lived there, but also the different kinds of spaces, green space, public space, etc., because this was going to be the economic hub of transformation. I just wanted to point out the interesting role and the parallel with Morocco in terms of the Riyadh city walls, for instance. The historic feature, the legacy of the past, but that being used to demarcate the area and improve accessibility within while doing all of these kind of reroading projects, etc. This also comes in along with other initiatives. So for example, the Riyadh Metro project, which aims to shift the percentage of the population that are using cars, which is about 70 to 80%, to a much lower proportion of that, because transport is a key part of that emissions puzzle and that environmental puzzle in Saudi Arabia. So, sorry, if I can just go back. Can we go to the previous slide? So comparing these 3 case studies, what we see is very different approaches to similar urban challenges that face the Arab region. So in Egypt, what we see is informal settlements, refugee crisis, housing demand, climate impacts, and really what Professor Heba Khalil presented was a bottom-up participatory approach, right? Local initiatives involving young people in spatial planning to improve quality of life, to create ownership. In Morocco, it's the opposite. We see the same trends of rapid urbanization, housing need, rising prices, climate impact, but with a national urban strategy, a polycentric model where different cities kind of work within a national framework, and there's public-private sector cooperation. In Egypt, Saudi Arabia even, we see similar issues of unsustainable transit, housing, climate, etc. But the model is to do with very top-down transport planning, digital urban governance, urban regeneration, trying to invest in data to build these solutions. So what can we actually learn from this? It's that really these 3 countries are experiencing different types of urban crises, and their responses are locally driven. They're dependent on the governance context. Youth aren't always recognized as a key category. they're actually missing and very easy to ignore when we deliver urban solutions. And this is because HLP rights in particular are not seen as a priority. It's other groups and categories who are put in the center of the debate. And urban challenges that we're seeing are exacerbated by all of these economic, social conflict and other factors. In terms of what UN Habitat, all of you in this room can do, is you can think more about the needs of diverse young people in all of the contexts that you work in, to address what matters to them by bringing their voice back into your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adel. Thanks a lot for the researcher for the interesting case studies. I was very interested in the case study of Egypt, engaging communities and implementing sport activities, and it's quite important to adapt these challenges to the context of the Arab region and also look at these challenges from the lens of youth, culture, and other aspects. Also, the researchers highlighted the importance of having adequate and affordable public transport systems. And I was in Riyadh last month or last December, and I used actually the metro that started to operate in that city, which is quite a car-oriented city, and it helped a lot in alleviating the traffic congestion in that city. Thanks a lot. So we move to the third presentation, which will be presented by Dr. Walid Al-Wahibi. Dr. Walid will present for us the technical paper on the impact of land distribution laws and urban sprawl, case study from Muscat, Oman, تأثير قوانين توزيع الأراضي على الزحف العمراني، دراسة حالة مسقط. Let me introduce first Dr. Walid is an experienced urban and rural planner with over 20 years of experience at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning. He specializes in sustainable development, land use planning, GIS-based spatial analysis, and infrastructure projects, as well as ensuring compliance with zoning laws and enhancing urban policies. He holds a master's degree in urban and rural planning from Beijing Jiatong University, I hope I spelled it correctly, and a bachelor in environmental civil engineering and a diploma in survey engineering from Muscat. Please, the floor is yours, Doctor. I can go, yeah. Is this the first slide?
The first page.
That's the green one.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Good day, everyone. My name is Engineer Walid Al-Wahibi from the Sultanate of Oman. I am a graduate from the University of Beijing in Urban and Rural Planning Masters. In this presentation, I am going to deliver a presentation about the impact of land distribution laws on urban sprawl in Oman. I chose this title because my job is related to planning in land, and the second reason is when I went to China for my master's degree, and also one of the experiences I had in land distribution and urban sprawl studies, and also the review of many studies from students, international students and professors, I came with a conclusion that in Oman, in Muscat, the land distribution is a very interesting case. This study has the methodology, discussion, and results in different points. First of all, I'm going to give you a background about the topic. The economy of Oman depends on oil, therefore therefore urban expansion. And from this, new housing policies came into the surface. The problem, as I said before, the laws of land distribution in Muscat and neighboring Gulf countries are different from the rest of the world. The first question is, how does those laws affect urban sprawl in Muscat? Where are we now, and what are the regulations and laws that affect urban development in Oman and Muscat since 1923? Since the 1970s, what we are having now are accumulations of things that started from this date. The goal of this study is to understand the relationship between spatial strategy of Muscat and its role in the management of urban sprawl to achieve different goals. The framework of this research is, first of all, we had to come up with data and analyze it to answer the questions of this research. The study was in the governorate of Muscat, which is 4,000 square kilometers. The methodology used sources such as the Ministry of Information and the National Center for Statistics and Information, the United States Geological Survey, residents of Muscat, and Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning. And also we collected data. We collected data through interviews and polls, built up plans, data on granted lands and land distribution laws, and also there were two stages of analysis which went through different stages. The results and analysis, if you please pay attention to the map because the data is changing with time. This change means or is about the urban sprawl during different periods in Oman. We saw that a land sprawl expanded from 1970 to 2023. The timeline of urban sprawl, there was an expansion. The largest urban sprawl was between 2010 and 2023, and it was 2,343 square kilometers. These are some examples of the change caused by urban sprawl. This is from 1970 to 2023. There are obvious changes in infrastructure and urban sprawl from 1970 to 2023. This showcases how cities developed and how this developed, how these places developed through time. In some places as well, in Muscat, urban sprawl in Muscat we see that this land sprawl is very difficult because it does not allow for infrastructure. There was a poll in this place. We tried to describe changes caused by land sprawl and its results, and how it affects in the environment, and also the suggestions to develop ways and tools to deal with urban sprawl. There was also an interview, or there was also a questionnaire which took into consideration how much time people spent in those places. Can we please end, Doctor? We are going to take some data from one question from analyzing this questionnaire.
وتم عمل مقابلات في وزارة الإسكان كل من المنفذين
use with the experts and the policy makers to draft policies regarding the aspirations of the community. We do apologize, our best friend is reading fast. One question is, what are the considerations for the policy of the distribution of the land? And the answer, it includes the household stability, sustainability according to the Vision 2040. This graphic, it shows what is going on in Oman, and we consider that there is a Sultan decree. It was in 2014, and also there is a change in the Ministry of Housing, and of course there were many other activities that were adopted in 2016, and they reiterate that the government catch up or involved the other administrations in the management of this dossier or file. Debate or discussion for the land distribution. This has been changed as a legal framework since 1970 to 2023, and 2021 law was amended related to any activities to the land. And also we shed light on the amendments regarding the age groups and the target groups, and this reflects the amendments and the distribution of the land. This was added related to the construction of the lands. And also we have made an operation that is conducted at a comprehensive level, nationally or regionally wide. And also until the piece of land is provided to the citizen. Can we finish, Doctor, please?
ايوه طبعا هذه طبعا قمت بالاراضي الموزعه والاراضي المبنيه، واستنتجت بان من خلال هذه النتائج استنتجت بان الحكم.
So we have concluded that since the 70s to the 90s that there is a movement in the urbanization, and post the 90s there was a problem among all the different lands from 2010-20. And we conclude with the recommendations and the findings. It is necessary to talk about the distribution of the land in 2021, especially when it comes to the tasks related to building the infrastructure to enhance sustainable. This is impossible. Thank you.
Lead for this, for sharing the experience of Oman. It's quite important to update the regulatory frameworks of our countries to cope with the current challenges, urban challenges. Now we move to the fourth technical paper for Ms. Inas Harabiyat about the importance of using geographic information system
in the general population and housing censuses and supporting development environmental statistics in Jordan, in the case of Jordan. Let me introduce Miss Inas Arabiyat. She's an environment and climate change statistics expert. She's working in the Department of Statistics in Jordan. She has more than 15 years of experience. She's a focal point with Europe Environment Energy for 10 years, and she's specialized in sharing environmental information system. And she's working in environmental and climate change indicators and also sustainable urban development indicators. And she's been working with internal stakeholders such as Ministry of Environment in Jordan, Ministry of Energy, Public Affairs, and Water in many thematic key issues and policy strategy and information system. The floor is yours, Inas. Thank you. Please stick to 15 minutes, Inas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. رح أبلش
the components of this presentation is going to be a presentation, the problematic, the importance of the study, the goals, questions, analysis and research, and then results and recommendations. As you know, the society faces, the international society as well as local society faces different environmental challenges which affect life, and it hampers social and economic development. And it does also hamper investments as well.
المناحي المختلفة.
And this requires develop data information that is ranked in a way that serves everyone. The study, many countries implemented in certain countries, and it is extended every 10 years according to the recommendation given by the UN. The data is comprehensive and important. The study is relating it to the environmental statistics and its capacity to give an overall idea about the outskirts, as we have seen in the presentation of Oman. There is a change in terms of the diachronic of time. So this would enable the data users to have comparative and a way to read the reality and proactive planning, long-term visions in order to preserve the resources and to have to preserve the high-quality life. So we will talk about the practices of the cadastral and also the statistics related to the outcome or the findings of the population all over Jordan, and also to support data and to realize the objectives of sustainable development. So, in order to serve the environment through using cadastral, what are the needs of the statistics, and how can be developed to realize the SDGs as resources, fundamental resources for the statistics. What are the SDGs objectives related to the population. We're talking about here countries do that in order to have accurate numbers, especially when it comes to the demography and economy, and also to give information about housing units. And this relation is ties to the well-being of the population and the facilities according to the specific studies. Jordan in 2020, last consensus or census, sorry, we had satellite pictures all over Jordan. So we had a survey, sorry. So this census was used to monitor the land and also to get rid of used waters. These are important indicators to realize the well-being and also a comprehensive planning and have a fixed database for the decision makers to have future plans and to develop the strategies. How can we benefit from the findings? It is true having the legal framework supported by new cadastral that is in tune and in line with any environmental sphere. Also, we need to improve and to examine the quality of air. So from this data, we can work in parallel to control the kind of air. So these components, like the wasteland, the animal reserve, and so on and so forth. So the census provides many indicators that can represent a boost through which we can prepare reports like the climate change, SDGs, and also have an entire system for energy, water, green development, green economy, recycling, and so on and so forth. What are the needs for this census and how can it be developed? So linking among all of that, a connection is a dire thing and it is a challenge. And all these regimes need to preserve or restore a policy and have access to database. We need internal governmental, intergovernmental cooperation and collaborating with the private sector and to benefit from the data and to build policy that can enhance this partnership. Also to prepare the infrastructure that is good with the cutting-edge programs, data, qualified personnel. So this is what we need. And also capacity building, coordination with all the protagonists and the decision makers. Thank you.
Sticking to the time, Inas, and for sharing Jordan's experience in mainstreaming spatial analysis and the national housing censuses, and also for mainstreaming climate change indicators also in these censuses. This is quite important, and UN Habitat Jordan was one of those agencies who benefited actually from the presence of air quality stations and some of the areas where we implemented the climate change risk assessment in Sahab area. Thank you so much. So we move now to the last presentation by our colleague Jia Kong Ang. So Jia will be sharing the experience of designing for displacement initiatives, spatial planning, and land management strategies and nature-based solutions for protracted displacement in dry land regions. So Jia is a program management officer at UN Habitat headquarters. She's based in Nairobi, Kenya. With a focus on advancing sustainable development agendas, Jia leads initiatives that promote urban resilience and inclusive growth while bridging environmentalism, humanitarianism, and development. Over the last decade, she has been instrumental in addressing complex issues such as climate-induced migration, protracted displacement in urban areas, and refugee camp transitions globally in various regions and countries. Jordan was one of them. She works closely with local communities, governments, international organizations, academic institutions, as well as the private sector on a daily basis. Jia works reflects a dedication to collaborative problem solving and empowering communities through participatory planning processes. The floor is yours, Jia.
Thank you very much, Dima. Could I just get the slides up, please? Okay, great. So good, I think afternoon, everyone already.
شكرا لكم جميعا على حضوركم معنا اليوم. سوف أتحدث حول النزوح، وسوف تسمعون عن التخطيط العمراني كثيرا مني وكيف يرتبط هذا بالموارد أو استعمال الموارد.
So as already shared with colleagues as well, my focus has been largely on the trend of displacement globally. We're looking at that with several different root causes, several different phenomena that happen, and it spans across whether it's conflict, whether it's specific different kinds of disasters, as well as the impacts of climate change. And specifically in this region, you know, we're obviously noticing a trend of a polycrisis situation where it often is not just one root cause that actually results in displacement or migration movements. We're expecting globally that this trend increases to 216 million people by 2050. We're also identifying that a lot of settlements and communities that are affected by displacement are often located in already fragile situations. It could be in climates that are hostile. It could be where ecosystems are more fragile, for instance. And so this discussion happens at the level and at the sphere, I would say, between what is traditional humanitarian and emergency response, but also long-term development response, and specifically perhaps in this region as well, a consideration for how peace factors into that conversation also. Sorry, I keep double-clicking by accident. No, but just a little bit more about the work that we're doing at UN Habitat at the Planning, Finance and Economy section, specifically under this area of work on crisis and migration. We're looking across 4 pillars. We're looking really at urban recovery and response. What does that look like in urban areas, specifically which are hard hit, where reconstruction is happening? We're looking as well at the trend of migration across the board. We're looking at economic migration. We're also looking, obviously, at forced migration patterns and displacement patterns as well. Our work also touches on refugee camps, you know, camps that are built initially with the intention of being temporary, but obviously due to protracted displacement, you see refugees and asylum seekers live in camp-like or camp conditions specifically for several decades. And lastly, actually, how do we address these 3 pillars of work, also looking at the changing climate? The first project I would like to actually briefly mention as well touches on the second area of work, which is on urban migration. We have, through funding from the Swiss government, projects in Jordan, Egypt, and in Cameroon, where we are looking at implementing urban planning strategies, prioritizing infrastructures, and linking to potential financing or financiers using a 3-step methodology. I will briefly introduce that further. The first step is really, as an urban planner for us, is to use planning as a tool, as a platform, as a discussion with the communities. Planning is a tool, the discussions are the process, and we, and in this case for UN Habitat, we're the mediators. Very often we don't have the solutions stem from the communities themselves, and we believe that evidence-based planning, spatial analytics can actually provide the first foundational step in terms of what is there already as a baseline in terms of infrastructure. So we're looking across the board. We're looking at what currently exists, what currently exists in terms of housing and infrastructure, basic services. We're also trying to understand specifically in these areas what are the specific land management processes like. The second step that is part of this toolkit is really the how we can actually develop a vision. There are many interchangeable words and languages that you can use for this, but for us we use vision because it's an idea, it's a goal that is shared by the people in the specific area. So specifically, where we're looking at, sometimes it's hosts and refugees, in some situations we're looking at hosts and IDPs, as well as governments and various other stakeholders. So together with the community, a vision statement is built and scenarios are being examined. Scenarios, for instance, that look in the case of like, oh, maybe what would the city be if there was an influx coming in? Another scenario would be what would the city look like if it was actually the complete opposite, if there was a big outflow of migrants, for instance. So those are some of the processes that we discuss as part of this process. The third step of this toolkit is how we can actually prioritize infrastructure, or rather prioritize aspects within this vision. So you have a long list, and that's tricky. You know, you don't know what is most important, what are the categories or the criteria that people need to look at in terms of, or even decision makers look at in terms of determining what kind of infrastructures you should put in place. So as part of this project, we really went down into the nitty-gritty to actually come up with indicators that are agreed upon across all stakeholder groups to define what is most important. And in the case, it could be that it's a low-hanging fruit. It's something that can be easily achievable but would have a massive impact. Or it could be something that is medium to long-term, but is also maybe more achievable than something down the line that it requires a big level of investment. So we're weighing that. We're trying to balance between that and find a solution that works across all parties. And specifically, what we do as well is link that work to financing or to financiers. One of the things that we struggled with was, who wants to finance these projects? If local governments or if national governments do not have the capacity or the funding to, then what kind of financing mechanisms can be put in place? What kind of financiers might be interested in discussing this further? So that was also one of the considerations that we had. And the last part, which actually stretches across the methodology, is ensuring that the knowledge that is gathered within these cities, multiple cities within each of these countries, can actually be shared. It's also ensuring that if there is any form of capacity that has been taught or learned with stakeholders is kept and retained. Because we also know from recent processes, global processes as well, that international humanitarian aid, for instance, is something that can be very often fleeting. So something a bit more sustainable and longer lasting would be generally a better intended as well. So that is the short brief that I have for this project. Today's focus, instead, I'll dive right into, is also threading on the lines of migration, but specifically on designing for displacement. And this is a piece of normative work that this team of colleagues, working across these different pillars have really worked on over the last couple of years. It's been contextualized in dryland context because we're headquartered in Kenya. The example is that I'll showcase to you is from northern Kenya, and it's looking at a region that is increasingly facing the impacts of desertification and becoming a dryland as well, with intermittent seasonal rivers. The intersecting issues that we're looking at, and which is also something that we felt was very relevant for this region as well, several countries in this region as well. Firstly is acknowledging the changing climate and the regions, or we're seeing states or specific localities actually drying. The impacts of desertification we have seen from the reports of the IPCC and from global trends is worsening. We're looking in the case, specifically in this region as well, the quality of soil, resource scarcity. We're also looking at biodiversity, habitat loss. So this is of great concern. The second intersecting issue is that we're also looking at the current rate of forced displacement coupled with the current level of protraction of this displacement becomes a huge issue. And when these issues of the changing climate as well as displacement is compounded and added up together, you're looking at a crisis that is not just pertinent in specific regions, but it's increasing massively across many regions and worth discussing and exploring further. And the third is not so much an issue, but as I mentioned, is more of a tool, which is the ability to use evidence, to use data through urban planning, spatial planning, and design to find solutions, hopefully to bridge these considerations. I'll just skip because of time. So just a show of hands. Does anyone know Kakuma refugee camp in northern Kenya? Okay, that's great because that means I have more to share with you. So this camp has been in place in Turkana County in northern Kenya for the last more than the last 3 decades. But it was first implemented as a temporary camp. Camp 1 was implemented, with the Lost Boys of Sudan, a group of boys that actually traveled from Sudan to escape the conflict there and to reside in northern Kenya. And since then, the camp has slowly been increasing in size. You've got Kakuma Refugee Camp 1 to 4, but you also have a new settlement that has been gazetted in the last 9 years because of the overcapacity within the refugee camp. And I'd like for you to pay attention specifically to the river that actually runs right through the camp over there. Oops, sorry. That is Tarach River. And what happens is that the river dries, and during the rainy season, it floods. You've got a camp that is located very close, if not right directly on the border of the river. And we're looking at, the levels of erosion that can wash a school away. We're looking at levels of erosion that completely wash and destroy a road that connects between these camps away due to a changing season in an environment that is increasingly desertifying. So we're looking at people trying to manage living with waterborne diseases in specific seasons, the loss of infrastructure, the loss of access, several different compounded issues. This is just a photograph of what the river can look like one day to another. On the left, it's not even the highest level of flooding, and on the right, it's not even I would say, the driest extent that the river can go as well.
Can we conclude, Gia?
Yep. So what we tried to do is to find opportunities, a combination of ecological and landscape strategies, as well as economic development and livelihood strategies through integrated design proposals. I'll be flying through some of these slides just because of time. So what we've done specifically is to identify different landscape strategies that can be applied within this context. We've mapped it across different kinds of water collection, water harvesting typologies. And then we've also mapped economic development and livelihood strategies. In this specific case, we're looking at approaches that support environmental management. We're also looking at specific livestock value chain development, as well as public service and infrastructure related livelihood opportunities. I won't be able to dive too deep into this because of the issue of time, unfortunately. But essentially, the part that I'm really excited to show you about is how this manifests as spatial design proposals. So in this case, for instance, in the dry season, you're looking at the combination of permeable rock dam, ecological landscape strategy coupled with bench terraces to create vegetated seasonal public spaces. In the wet season, you're seeing this amphitheater potentially be able to fill up. Same for this spatial design proposal. We're looking at a sand dam orchard and public space. We're using in this space, relatively cheap technologies like the sand dam construction in the dry season. In the wet season, for instance, you can get many agriculture activities that are happening. And lastly, this example on water spreading bunds and kitchen gardens, largely resided in residential areas, where you use the technology of water spreading bunds, composting baskets as well, that can actually hopefully improve quality and yields within the plots across the different seasons. So I hope you've managed to gather a little bit of the idea that I'm trying to bring across from today's presentation, but if you'd like to learn more, please do reach out. Happy to speak later on more as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Gia, for your presentation. We have a couple of minutes for any questions from our audiences. So is there any question from your side to the esteemed speakers? Yes, please. Can we give the mic to the lady over there, please? Sorry? Yeah, we're waiting for the mic. Please bear with us. Okay. So we'll start with the lady and then the gentleman over there.
Bonjour, c'est Nada, étudiante à l'Institut national d'aménagement d'urbanisme ici à Rabat. Donc, j'ai dit, je suis étudiante à l'Institut national d'aménagement et d'urbanisme à Rabat. Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous remercier tous.
I would like to thank you for your presentation and I have just some questions in terms of management. You indicated the restriction here in Morocco.
Ils font la construction.
Are you going to have the same procedures in order to make management?
French, and I did not capture your question. To whom are you asking this question? To which speaker?
Bonjour.
I would like to thank you. Your question is very pertinent. The case of Djibouti, especially the cases, there is a planification of management. What we are going to do, we have to target the places. There are many.
Ces quartiers, ils de
What we are calling there is a zone that was planified and restructured. In this case, there is accompaniment, and there are and try to cope up with these people and to see. So as we can say that we are ready and we are to compensate them either the networks and all the costs that can be given in order to rehabilitate this place.
شكرا لكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
I want to, my question is with the goal to obtain a practical answer. I believe that one of the main goals of the efforts of countries in order to protect land is to open space for agricultural land as well as housing. In the Arab world, according to statistics, general statistics, youth represent a huge percentage or essential percentage of the population. But most of the Arab countries, including Morocco, put a lot of effort in supporting low-income groups, and there is a tangible progress in this regard. However, when it comes to housing for youth, which represents a huge percentage in the Arab world, I don't see any special policies or support for youth access to housing. I want the institutions and organizations in this conference, I want them to come up with recommendations and regulations and measures to shed light on this problematic, the problematic of youth access to housing, as it is very important. It is also a hurdle in front of the youth in order to achieve their future goals. And I want some recommendations and measures in this regard, and I want a tangible result, because housing for youth is very important, and in the midst of the economic problems the world suffers from now, it is very difficult for youth to access housing. It is not a question, it's a note, I believe. Thank you for your observation. Youth are a very important part of in the Arab world, and they are very important. Today there is going to be a declaration at the end of the session. And I hope that there are going to be some recommendations regarding this aspect.
Go ahead.
Sure.
Cellule de cartographie au sein du ministère de l'Aménagement du Territoire et de l'Urbanisme en l'Union de Comores. Deux questions pour le cas du Riad. Quelles sont les procédures de sécurisation foncière pour les populations? Deuxième question, comment vous avez concilié le droit coutumier et les politiques foncières modernes? J'ai aussi deux questions pour le cas de Djibouti sur le projet Zéro Bidonville. J'aimerais bien savoir quelles sont les stratégies qui sont envisagées pour éradiquer ces bidonvilles. La deuxième question et la dernière est comment le projet s'inscrit-il dans la politique nationale de l'urbanisme et de l'habitat? Merci.
Also, sorry, the interpretation did not also again mention the name of the speaker. Sorry. Is that Gia? Are you asking Gia and Djibouti? Okay. I don't understand the French. Please speak Arabic or English.
Pour les questions de... Donc, je vais d'abord commencer à répondre des questions pour Djibouti. Comment éradiquer les bidonvilles? Donc ça, c'est une question très importante. Et l'objectif d'abord du projet Zéro Bidonville, c'est de mettre d'abord tous les efforts pour éradiquer les bidonvilles des 13 quartiers cibles. Et je pense que déjà, nous, en tant qu'administration foncière et cadastrale, donc il y a, depuis des décennies, ces gens, ils n'avaient pas ce qu'on appelle un titre foncier définitif. Ils n'avaient pas donc les documents légaux pour accéder. Mais maintenant qu'il y a un plan de développement, un plan détaillé de réaménagement, et on sait qui va rester et qui va partir. Maintenant, on voit que la plupart des gens ont commencé à demander la régularisation foncière. Donc, ça permet déjà à améliorer la qualité urbaine de la ville de Djibouti, mais également à augmenter les recettes de l'État. Donc, en ce qui concerne les recettes foncières. Donc, pour ce qui concerne comment également, c'est-à-dire dans le futur, comment, donc dans les autres quartiers restants, il y a aussi d'autres quartiers qui vont être fait l'objet d'une politique de restructuration. Ça aussi, c'est dans les projets. Donc, l'État donc, donc, dans les politiques publiques de 2025 même, la priorité du logement, c'est une question fondamentale et centrale du gouvernement. Et je pense que les efforts vont être continués pour permettre à l'ensemble de la population d'accéder à un logement, mais également d'avoir un foncier qui est sûr et sécurisé. Pour la question, comment cette question va être inscrite dans la stratégie du gouvernement, donc je pense que l'objectif, les efforts sont là. Donc, les projets, j'espère qu'il ne va pas s'arrêter parce que déjà, on est dans la phase préliminaire, on voit que les résultats sont...
And I think that in the regions, and so that we can allow all the regions and we try to centralize these regions for this service. And this will be continuously done, and we are going to have control over and in cooperation with the authorities. I'm going.
السلام
عليكم. يسرى حلال.
My name is Yusra Hulali. I'm a student here in Rabat. Before my question, I want to thank all the people or the organizers of this event. I am going to ask my question in Arabic. My question is, what are the tools used to fight and to stop the increase in slums, and also how to compensate the people? What we see now is that there is an increase in slums, although there is a huge work by the government in order to rebuild new places for those people to live in. What are the tools? I mean, sometimes families benefit 2 times from the compensation. So how can we fight this phenomenon? In Morocco, we have an application in order to avoid the double compensation. Is there the same tool in other countries?
To close the session, who would like to respond to the question? The question about procedures and measures that could be taken in advance to prevent the issue of informal settlements, because whatever we do to compact this issue, they appear again and again. So what would be implemented to prevent? So I believe proactive planning is one of the approaches to tackle this challenge.
So I can try to answer the question. أتكلم بالعربي. في مصر.
I am going to speak in Arabic. In Egypt, we have different funds. The fund of slum development, and there was a session about this subject and how unsafe zones in slums were developed in Egypt. There are different plans. People sometimes are displaced different places, or they stay in the same place after development. And whether those places are informal or deteriorated. This is the first part of the fund plan. It's the Urban Development Fund. So we have the existing informal settlements, and also there is a part dedicated to new cities, so we can open the door in front of new investment opportunities. People build informal settlements when they have no other alternative. So now we are going to offer the alternative, so for the informal settlements to decrease. In Egypt now we are trying to legalize or what are the trespasses that can be formal and the things that cannot be allowed. And were these efforts enough? The answer is no. We need more inclusive work, because when we only give people, we compensate them with a housing unit, but we don't think about the economic opportunities. So whether these units or housing units are equipped with transportation, employment, and other opportunities.
End of our session. Thank you for your participation, and thanks a lot for the esteemed speakers for their valuable contribution and for sharing their innovative practices around integrating urban planning governance, participatory planning, and also transforming informal settlements into a livable spaces. Thank you so much.
Well done, guys.
خلاص وقفيني ما عندي مشكلة راح اختصر. الو الو. هلا هو يمكن انا المفروض اقعد هونيك بس بيني وبينك احنا ثلاثه. احنا اربعه لازم ناخذ يلي بالنص وانا بقعد على الطرف اخر شيء حدا عم بيكون. طيب انت اي طرف؟ لا لازم تقعدونا لا تخلوا وحده تقعدوا ثلاثه. اوكي طب انا بقعد هون هسه. next هي الفوقانية. نو برزنتيشن بدنا نغيرها يعني هيدي بس هي الثانية. قلبنا ال1 وال2. اوكي يعني حط لنا بس برزنتيشن 1. سبيكر 1. بريت شيء. Just three presentation. It's okay. So two one. No, two one three. No, not that. Hello, Claudine. مش حالة هيدا هيك next slide next slide بس ليش ما عم بياخذ لا just okay please Bonjour. كيفي؟ مش الهاد وهيدا اوكي great thank you so much اوكي تاكسي صغير في اي مكان خليني شوي اوكي اوكي لا لا هيدي لون الكراسي احمر بصير هيك كلودين انت بدك قاعده.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our session on crisis, displacement, and housing, land, and property solution in Lebanon. We have a distinguished panel of speakers with us today, each bringing valuable expertise to this critical discussion. So, as we all know, whether natural disasters, conflict, or economic shocks often lead to displacement, leaving individuals and communities vulnerable and facing immense challenges related to their HLP rights. Lebanon history is marked by periods of conflict and displacement, significantly impacting its HLP sector. The 1948 Arab-Israeli war led to the displacement of a large number of Palestinians into Lebanon, resulting in a complex property ownership issues. The Lebanese Civil War from 1975 till 1990 further exacerbated the HLP crisis, causing widespread destruction, displacement, and fragmentation of land ownership. The 2006 Israeli war and the devastating 2020 Beirut port explosion compounded these challenges, leading to significant property damage, displacement, and economic hardship. The influx of Syrian refugees since 2011 has further strained the country's housing market and exacerbated existing HLP issues. Adding to these pre-existing vulnerabilities, the severe economic crisis of 2019 has dramatically worsened the situation. The collapse of the Lebanese pound, coupled with hyperinflation and widespread unemployment, has made it increasingly difficult for residents to afford housing, with many facing evictions and further displacement. This economic downturn has also created new challenges for HLP rights, including increased disputes over property ownership, difficulties in accessing legal remedies, and a general destabilization of the real estate market. So historically, the government of Lebanon has in some cases intervened. However, these measures were short-term fixes and have not been integrated into a comprehensive housing strategy that addresses the ongoing risks Lebanon faces, as the institutional and regulatory frameworks governing access to housing in Lebanon are weak and ineffective. Also, there has been no single governmental institution governing all aspects of the housing sector since the dissolution of the Ministry of Housing and Cooperatives in 2000, and no overarching legal framework or adopted strategy covering all legal aspects of the sector. Instead, various laws, regulations, and institutions have shaped the housing sector over the years, including laws related to rent control, which have often been used to compensate for the lack of affordable housing policies. The recent escalation of hostilities in Lebanon since October 2023 has added another layer of complexity to Lebanon's HLP crisis. The conflict has led to significant property damage, displacement, and economic hardship, particularly in southern Lebanon and in Beirut's southern suburbs. According to UN Habitat's Lebanon Damage Assessment, the number of destroyed units in 4 governorates was equal to 42,000 units, and in Beirut was approximate to 4,000 units according to UNOSAT. So these historical and contemporary factors have created a complex and multi-phased HLP landscape in Lebanon, necessitating innovative and sustainable solutions to address the needs of displaced population and vulnerable communities. Fortunately, the support and collaboration of international actors have played a vital role in finding HLP solutions during times of crisis. So the session will focus on some of these crises in Lebanon, highlighting the government and the private sector's approach to addressing some of these issues. The session will include a case study on the 2020 Beirut port explosion. It will also present potential solutions for addressing the current and recent displacement in Lebanon by utilizing the vacant building stock in Beirut, and also representatives from the Lebanese government will conclude by discussing the state's approach following the 2019 economic crisis. So today, we will explore these challenges and most importantly, delve into potential solutions. So each speaker will have approximately 20 minutes for their presentation, and each will have a dedicated, and after which we will have a dedicated question and answer session. I encourage you to think about the questions as the presentations unfold. So our first speaker is Mr. Roger Karam. Roger is the founder and managing partner at Legalist Law Practice. He focuses his practice on corporate advisory. Roger has remarkable experience in administrative law, as well as the rule of law and public communication, public affairs program, and drafting laws and regulation. Since 2022, Roger has been acting as the legal advisor for UN Habitat for the Beirut project, which he will be presenting. He holds a bachelor degree of law and master degree in political administrative science, and is currently pursuing his PhD in political science with focus on cultural study. So Roger will provide a background on the Beirut project that came as a response to the Beirut port explosion in 2020, and will discuss the identified HLP challenges and implemented solutions for displaced people. He will also emphasize the legal arrangement with the beneficiaries, the technical and legal support, and the lessons learned. Dear Roger, the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you, Ernella. Good afternoon, everyone. My intervention will be about the lessons learned from the Beirut project, please, yes, which came as a response to the 2020 Beirut port explosion. This is table of content. Okay, introduction background. As you may know, on the afternoon of 4 August 2020, a massive explosion at the port of Beirut devastated the city, The explosion damaged some of the oldest neighborhoods of Beirut, ones that survived a 15-year-old war from 1975 to 1990. The explosion left more than 200 fatalities, more than 6,000 injuries, and around 300,000 displacement. The explosion affected neighborhoods located within a radius of 5 kilometers of the blast epicenter at the port of Beirut, causing widespread destruction to homes, businesses, infrastructure, and disrupting economic activity. Heavy destruction took place within a radius of 2 kilometers from the port. Ermel, Mdawar, and part of Ashrafiyya and Saifi were the most affected cadastres. The explosion was a major setback for Lebanon, which had already been suffering from financial and economic crisis, refugee crisis, COVID-19 pandemic, and an ongoing political unrest. These are pictures of evidencing the explosion and the damages. Now, response action. As a response action in the aftermath of the explosion, UN Habitat is implementing the Beirut Housing Rehabilitation and Cultural and Creative Industries Recovery Project, or the Berit Project, through funding from the Lebanon Financing Facility, a multi-donor trust that is under the administration of the World Bank. The project aims to support the rehabilitation of historical buildings for the most vulnerable people and to provide emergency support to creative practitioners and entities in the cultural sector in damaged areas. The duration of the project is between 2022 and 2024. The location is Beirut, Lebanon. The project consists of two main components. The first component consists of housing recovery and rehabilitation implemented by UN Habitat. The second component consists of emergency support for cultural and creative industries implemented by UNESCO. Component 1, implemented by UN Habitat, consists of two subcomponents. Subcomponent 1 related to residential housing rehabilitation, and subcomponent 2 related to technical assistance for rental support. The target area consists of 4 cadastres within a 5-kilometer radius from the blast zone: Ashrafiyya, Mdawar, Saifi, and Ermel, with an emphasis on Mdawar and Mez districts due to the high concentration of blast-damaged buildings with heritage value. The project targets several residential buildings of heritage value severely damaged by the explosion and that have not been completely rehabilitated and are located in the target area. Now for the implementation methodology. As for the implementation methodology, it consists of 9 steps, 9-step process: identification and validation of eligible residential building, selection criteria of beneficiaries, reviewing legal documents related to ownership and occupancy, community engagement and communication and outreach, engineering and architectural design, permitting and approval in close coordination with authorities, signature of final agreements with beneficiaries, owners, and occupants, procurement of contractors and implementing partners, monitoring of work and quality assurance. Now for the legal review and assessment. Prior to agreeing on the rehabilitation of buildings, UN Habitat, with the support of the legal team, had to undergo the meticulous process of reviewing and assessing the legal status of building and beneficiaries, both owners and tenants, in order to verify that the legal process is adherent to applicable laws and regulations related to the project, particularly real estate ownership law, expropriation law, and rent laws. The legal process starts by obtaining from beneficiaries relevant information and documents related to the status of the buildings, its owners and tenants. This includes a wide range of documents, including but not limited to documents evidencing building ownership, rental and occupancy agreements, the ability and capacity of owners and tenants to enter into agreement, the accuracy of representation in case of signing by proxy. Then UN Habitat start negotiation with beneficiaries, owners, and tenants to obtain their approval to the project's standards and requirements. In parallel, UN Habitat leads negotiations between owners and tenants to limit tensions try to align as much as possible the counterparties over the situation and help to build a trustful relationship between them. In case counterparties agree to engage into the process, then UN Habitat, with the assistance of the legal team, develop all required legal documents related to support the implementation of rehabilitation and support tenancy rights. Now for the legal and operational challenges and solutions. The legal framework for housing in Lebanon poses multiple legal challenges with respect to tenancy, in addition to other various legal and operational challenges. These challenges required UN Habitat to find solutions to achieve the objective of the project, aiming at residential housing rehabilitation and assistance for rental support. First, there are tenancy-related challenges related to old rent law. Lebanon rental sector has lacked coherent policy support. Adopted policies have imposed rent control on rental agreements concluded before 1992, shifting responsibility of affording housing from the state to private owners without addressing the root problem and support for low-income households. A law was enacted in 1992 to temporarily extend all rental contracts concluded before 23rd of July 1992, a situation that persisted for the subsequent 30 years and is now commonly called old rent or exceptional rent laws. To address the tension and legal disputes arising from freezing old rents, another law was enacted in 2014, which focused primarily on two key aspects: gradual rental fees increases, whereby rental fees would be allowed to increase over a 6-year initial period, after which the full equivalent rental allowance would be applicable for an additional 3 years before complete liberation of contracts. This aims to ensure secure tenancy for a total of 9 years. And in addition, the creation of a rent assistance fund. This fund aimed at assisting individuals earning less than 3 times the minimum monthly wage. This law, which was enacted in 2014, faced numerous implementation issues following the Constitutional Council's annulment of some of its articles. In some cases, these changes foster varying judicial interpretation, creating instability and ambiguity for both tenants and owners. In an attempt by lawmakers to offer a definitive answer and resolve these questions, an amended version of the law was enacted in 2017. The application of the amendment law of 2017 has led to significant problems, revealing a lack of clarity in resolving the rental crisis. This is mainly since the establishment of the Rent Assistance Fund was not put into practice. 3 main issues emerged from the judiciary: the mechanism for determining rent value, implementing the amended law in absence of Rent Assistance Fund, and the timeline of applying the legislation. One significant hurdle linked to this amendment is the inconsistency among judiciary in adopting either the 2014 law or the 2017 law as for the basis of counting the extended tenancy years, which led to divergent court decisions. If counted from 2004, extensions to rental agreements will end in 2023, whereas counting from 2017, extensions will end in 2026 and 2029 for tenants benefiting from the Rent Assistance Fund. To address the situation, UN Habitat required owners to pledge the following: to guarantee the right of tenants to return to their dwellings and their continuity of their right to reside therein for a period of 3 years post-rehabilitation without an increase in the rental fees except for the legally permissible increases. In case of conflict in the applicable laws related to exceptional rents, or in case of conflicting interpretation of the law, particularly regarding the date of commencement and of the extension years, the owners are committed to applying the law that is favorable for the tenants and to adhere to the interpretation closest to the interests of the latter. Now, there are other challenges which are related to the provision of new rental affordable housing. Rental agreements concluded as of July 23, 1992 are governed by the Code of Obligation and Contracts and the principle of contractual freedom is applicable on rental contracts after liberating contracts from rental control post-1992. As a result, rental rates have been entirely market-driven with no real governmental intervention aimed at ensuring affordability and safeguarding tenants from eviction. Following the onset of the economic crisis in 2019, rents initially began to rise in Lebanese pounds, but later transitioned to a gradual dollarization trend. Today, the housing market has almost entirely adopted the US dollar as its currency, rapidly returning to the pre-economic crisis price levels. To address the situation, UN Habitat has identified within the scope of the REIT project several vacant units and commenced negotiations with property owners to obtain their consent for renting the apartments for a 3-year period at maximum 1/3 of their market rent value. A comprehensive market study is conducted to determine the current market rental value of each apartment. This market value will then be reduced to 1/3 of its original amount to establish its below market rate, BMR, value as per the specific criteria established for the Berit project. Other various legal and operational challenges. The tensions between owners and tenants may be attributed to several reasons. The lack of understanding of tenancy rights, owners' duties, and rental contract. The incomprehension and multiple interpretation of the old rent law, particularly regarding the matter of adopting either the 2014 law or the 2017 law as the basis for counting the tenancy extended 9 years. The dispute over the mechanism for determining the rent value subject to increases as per the above-mentioned laws. The non-establishment of the Rent Assistance Fund, which was planned to assist the tenants in payment of increased rental fees. A high demand for housing among younger generations leads owners to prefer to enter new rental contracts with new tenants instead of old tenants who enjoy more legal protection under old rent law. A market-driven private sector and the desire of some landlords to sell their old residential property, encouraged by real estate developers aiming to buy and tear down old buildings and replacing them by contemporary commercial or residential towers. Also, although various legal and factual challenges existed long before the start of the economic crisis in 2019 and the occurrence of the Beirut port explosion on the 4th of August 2020, the impacts of the crisis and the explosion have often increased tensions between owners and tenants, considering the following. The tough financial and economic crisis in the country as local currency was depreciating and people purchasing power is decreasing, while the minimum wage has not been proportionally increased. The dispute over the increase in rental fees went deeper due to currency depreciation. The dispute over who shall conduct the repairs, owners or tenant. The reluctance of some owners to restore their badly maintained buildings accompanied with a high motive for sale and demolition, which increased due to the massive damage of these buildings resulting from the explosion. The eviction threats resulting from building structural damage. These tensions increased challenges to the security of tenancy rights and maximized the eviction threat. Moreover, some tenants had worries of cooperating with the project plan of rehabilitation in case their dwellings are still occupied due to the fear of forfeiting their right to legal extension of rents if their units were vacated. The solution was conducting negotiation with both owners and tenants to convince them of the feasibility of the project and their common interest in rehabilitating their buildings and residential units. Now, for the legal arrangement with beneficiaries, this includes 3 major types of agreements. The signature of owner's deed of commitment. This document constitutes a unilateral act signed by the owners. It includes their commitments and obligations towards UN Habitat in accordance with the criteria set by UN Habitat to approve financing rehabilitation works. Then we have the signature of agreements governing relationship between owners and tenants. This type of agreement aims to guarantee the right of tenants to return to their dwellings after their rehabilitation and the continuity of their right to reside therein for a period of 3 years post-rehabilitation without increasing the rental fees. Therefore, anything that goes beyond the limits of this agreement shall be governed by relevant legal provisions or basic contractual arrangements or rent agreements between the two parties. Then we have the signature of new rent agreements between owners and low to middle income families in need of housing. This type of agreement constitutes rental agreement between the owners and new tenants who shall be selected from vulnerable to low to middle income families or individuals of need of housing. It should be noted that this type of agreement includes many key elements that are not usually found in typical rental agreements, whereby it aims to ensure affordability by benefiting tenants from rental fees below market rate, in addition to safeguarding them from eviction. Now, for the monitoring of beneficiaries' commitments, to ensure that the beneficiary, particularly the owners, carry out their commitments in all stages, especially after the completion of their rehabilitation works, the beneficiaries grant UN Habitat the right to monitor the implementation of their commitments in all their aspects. In case of failure to respond to UN Habitat requests, or in case of breach of their commitment, they enable UN Habitat to exercise their right to monitor. UN Habitat may resort to the available legal means to bind the beneficiaries to such commitments. Now we move to technical assistance and rental support. The Berit project provides technical assistance for housing rehabilitation through safeguarding heritage by ensuring that property owners remain from demolishing, altering, or refrain from demolishing, altering, undertaking any construction that might impact structural integrity, or modifying the specification or external appearance of the building post-rehabilitation for a period of 9 years post-rehabilitation. Facilitating the safe return of owners and tenants to their dwellings after rehabilitation, thereby contributing to the broad recovery of the city. Achieving tenure security for the beneficiaries, owners, and tenants due to the rehabilitation of damaged dwellings. The project also provides rental support through developing awareness raising to secure renters' rights and minimize eviction risk, resolving disputes between owners and tenants resulting from the multiple interpretation of the old rent law, ensuring tenancy security for a period of 3 years post-rehabilitation, particularly for tenants bound by agreements held under the old rent law, without increasing the rental fees, and ensuring the provision of affordable or below market rate, BMR, housing for middle to low income families for 3 years post-rehabilitation, with rental fees at maximum 1/3 of the market rental value. As for ensuring the provision of affordable or below market rate housing, this will be achieved by renting out previously vacant units to eligible families according to the following eligibility and priority criteria. Eligibility criteria: families who do not own any residential property within a 10-kilometer radius from the project site, vulnerable to low to middle income families who meet the standards applicable to the below market rate housing, BMR. This will be assessed using a socio-economic and legal survey used to identify beneficiary eligibility. Priority will be given to female-headed households, families with children, elderly individuals or families with elderly members, students studying in the Berit project area, families that were residing within the Berit project area but had to relocate following the Port of Beirut explosion, families that have members working within the Berit project area. To guarantee achievement, the deed of commitment required to be signed by the owners act as a pivotal tool in preserving heritage buildings, facilitating the safe return of owners and tenants to their dwellings, solidifying tenancy rights, and guaranteeing the provision of affordable housing. Moreover, the contractual documents that are drafted to be signed by both owners and tenants are legal binding documents to counterparties that aim to solidify tenancy rights through ensuring the achievement of the objectives as previously outlined with respect to tenancy security and affordability. Now for the lessons learned, the need for a wider urban recovery and reform potential. The Beirut project constitutes a short-term response to rehabilitation and rental and legal support in the aftermath of the Port of Beirut explosion. This project, the project will establish a crucial foundation for future housing recovery strategies and policies, particularly considering the complex housing, land, and property issues. The case studies, legal processes, human experiences, various challenges documented during this project will provide invaluable insights and serve as a guide for a broader, more comprehensive approach in the future. However, the project is not expected to trigger any legislative change in short term. Despite this fact, the project engages relevant stakeholders such as the governor of Beirut, the municipality of Beirut, the Public Corporation for Housing, and the Directorate General of Antiquities, and in an open dialogue concerning housing legislation, especially rental, housing recovery strategies, and housing policy reforms. Findings from the extensive legal review of the cases can initiate discussions that could influence future housing legislative reforms. The project also engaged relevant stakeholders like the Public Corporation for Housing in the development of a below-market rate strategy for vulnerable tenants. This dialogue can be further explored with lawmakers and other relevant stakeholders beyond the project for a long-term response to housing land property solution in Lebanon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roger, for your presentation on the complex HLP landscape found in the project and the solution identified. We all recognize the challenges of balancing heritage preservation, the safe returns of owners and tenants, tenancy security, and affordable housing. It's encouraging to see the solutions identified for these interconnected components. So our next speaker now is Ms. Abir Zaatari. Abir is an urban planner and research coordinator at the Beirut Urban Lab based in the American University of Beirut. She holds a bachelor's degree in architecture and master's in urban planning and policy. Abir's research focuses on urban housing and land policies and how they influence different modalities of housing provision and acquisition in Beirut and at the Global South. Her work emphasizes leveraging research to address urban inequalities and advocate for inclusive housing policies. Abir will be telling us about housing response strategies in crisis settings in Lebanon with a proposition to consider Beirut's vacant housing stock as a more sustainable housing solution in emerging setting. Abir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ornella. Is the microphone? It's working. Thank you to those who stuck around after 3 hours of 3 days actually of intensive conference sessions. I'm gonna start with a soft opener. I choose to start with this recent image from Beirut. It captures a 1940s building left to decay by its owners and the oversight of the state. On the first floor, a Syrian family rents a unit. A large, worn-out makeshift tarp covers the balcony, giving the residents some level of privacy. Next to the balcony, a water reservoir connected to an ad hoc rainwater collection system, set up either by the residents or an NGO amid one of Lebanon's worst public service provision crises. Tangled electric wires and water pipes connect to an informal network of generator providers and potable water suppliers, patchwork solutions to a collapsing infrastructure. Despite the apparent deteriorating condition of the building, renting in a ruined building like this one remains one of the few options for Syrian refugees seeking housing in the city. Indeed, these decaying properties are left either intentionally in anticipation of a market recovery that have been in recession for 5 years, or unintentionally due to unresolved inheritance issues, travel restrictions on foreign owners, or simply poor financial capabilities. In the meantime, a property owner attempts to extract the last bit of profit from this dying structure by renting it to impoverished families, migrant workers, or refugees. Strikingly, without going unnoticed, the apartment on the second floor remains vacant, likely because another owner finds no value or incentive to rent it, renovate it, or sell it at sub-market rates. This image is a testament to how Beirut, a site of polycrisis, is transforming in the wake of financialization. It shows how specific decisions, poor enforcement of existing regulations, have induced speculative practices, leaving a section of the city's housing stock in dilapidated condition with high vacancy rates. Meanwhile, as the city grapples with overlapping and recurring crises, interventions remain limited to short-term fixes, such as water pipes, tarps, and ad hoc solutions, adopted by residents, the state, and the NGOs that have become the norm. As we catch our breath from yet another crisis, it has become more evident that we need to address crisis as a short-term parenthesis. That is part of a bigger story and trend. So how can the very symptoms of an overlapping crisis become an entry point for sustainable, cost-effective housing solution? Indeed, when looking at the crisis response in Lebanon and Beirut, we see that responses to displacement have remained trapped in short-term, unsustainable relief strategies that fail to address long-term housing needs. These strategies overlook existing opportunities, in this case I will mention vacant buildings, as viable emergency solutions. And we really can't understand the reasons behind this approach without reflecting on the deep embedment of the financialization of housing in Beirut, as well as the assetization of property, over than its role as a social good. The consequence of this approach has become most visible during the crisis that has passed, the war, when the state and humanitarian agencies grapple to consider costly, unsustainable solutions, such as turning schools into collective shelters, over using a straightforward solution, which is the vacant housing stock. So for those who are not very familiar with what happened in Lebanon in the past few months, and just when it seemed like things couldn't get any worse, Israel launched a large-scale war on Lebanon on September 23, following a year of escalating tensions at Lebanon's southern border. The aggression triggered the displacement of nearly 1 million people, roughly a quarter of the Lebanese population. IDPs mostly moved from villages and cities in the southern border to the relatively safer zones in Lebanon, most prominently Beirut, Mount Lebanon, and the north. While a ceasefire agreement came into effect on November 27, more than 43,000 homes, according to UN's damage assessment, were partially or fully destroyed, leaving many families with no home to go back to. So where did these 1 million displaced go during the aggressions, and how did they access housing? The map you see here shows IDP districts of arrival. Districts in dark blue are the ones who hosted the biggest number of IDPs. And you see Beirut is the darkest, which will be the focus of this presentation, hosted 18% of IDPs, or around 144,000 IDPs, making it the city with the highest displacement density relative to its size. But how and where did these individuals find shelter in Beirut? Definitely not through the market. Okay. Definitely not through the market. We found that despite the presence of a significant number of vacant housing units in the city, only 3% of IDPs were able to rent in Beirut during the conflict. Those who managed to secure rentals faced harsh conditions, including upfront payments, inflated rents, strict occupancy restrictions on the number of occupants and tenants, discriminatory practices in certain neighborhoods across religious and sectarian lines and identities and practices. The state's response The state's response, on the other hand, relied on repurposing public schools as collective shelters. In the absence of a Ministry of Housing in Lebanon, disaster response efforts were led by the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Environment, reflecting a lack of institutional capacity to address the displacement and housing crises. So in Beirut, at least 30,000 internally displaced persons were hosted in 90 public and private schools, where education was interrupted for over 15,000 students. With this approach set in motion, NGO efforts focused on making these makeshift shelters functional. This included installing partitions for privacy, implementing costly modifications to schools, such as sanitary and electric networks, and other additions to public and private schools. While these interventions secured free shelter for a large number of people, interventions were temporary, expensive, and environmentally unsustainable. Once the ceasefire was declared, all the works were dismantled, generating significant waste and material loss. Additionally, funds that were already allocated for school renovations pre-war were depleted due to war-related damages, and additional costs were needed to restore these schools. Non-governmental organizations also turned to repurposing sports stadiums into shelter, incurring exorbitant financial and environmental costs. For example, one agency reported needing $10 million to create temporary shelter for 1,000 people, which probably wouldn't have even been ready by the time of the ceasefire. So as you can see, the state was willing to mobilize functional and essential public service institutions, such as schools, sports stadiums, and other public spaces, while overlooking a large stock of vacant buildings that are not in use in the city. Those who were unable to secure housing through formal channels turned to political strongmen who forcibly occupied vacant apartments and buildings. These non-state actors were encouraged by the presence of a large number of vacant buildings in Beirut and prompted to champion illegal occupations, hence reviving the clientelistic practices of the civil war when militias encouraged squatting as a favor to their supporters. This led to strengthening and expanding a political territoriality, but also a detrimental effect for the displaced by exposing them to unsafe living conditions, exposing them to police crackdowns, evictions, and conflicts with property owners, increasing tensions with host communities, and reinforcing fears among Beirut's residents about long-term squatting and reducing solidarity with the displaced. Others had no option but to stay in the open and sleep on the street, particularly marginalized non-Lebanese communities. So in light of these failed responses, how can we imagine a shift from crisis-driven, short-term solutions to an essential long-term housing strategy that locates housing in how we respond? If vacancy is currently seen as a symptom of Beirut's dysfunctional and financialized market, how can we turn it into a solution? So we did a survey in 2023 of Beirut's building, and we found that 20% of the housing stock was vacant, which is equivalent to around 44,000 empty units. To put this in perspective, in international context, when vacancy levels reach 7%, a policy action is made. We looked at these vacant units and where are they located, and we found that most of them were located in partially occupied buildings. Some were located in fully vacant, newly developed buildings, and we found 7,000 units that are entirely located in fully vacant old buildings, which can present a clear opportunity for emergency shelter initiatives. Of these 7,000 units, of these 7,000 units, 93% have been vacant for more than 2 years, 90% is unfurnished, 80% is located in buildings constructed before 1972, and 73% is in a habitable condition and requires very minor repairs. And these units also vary in the size and could accommodate different modalities of families and sheltering needs. But why should we act on these buildings in the first place? Why isn't the property owner free to decide what to do with their property? And particularly when we put private property as something untouchable. Well, the responsibility of each of us is to their city extends beyond the property itself. So these buildings today contribute to urban decay and social deterioration, creating what is known as the broken window syndrome. So persistent vacancy beyond typical market cycles leads to property deterioration, infrastructure degradation, social problems, and straining of public services. They become magnets for vandalism and illicit practices, and as we have seen in the war, invite forced squatting practices by strongmen. So we argue that repurposing these vacant buildings can provide a low-cost, environmentally friendly, and sustainable emergency shelter that moves beyond short-term relief efforts towards structural, long-term interventions. It can curb real estate speculation, bringing benefit to the whole city and city dwellers, and it can expand the stock of affordable housing. We've heard many tell us that this approach might not work, that it is utopic, but actually we have a plethora of success stories from Spain, Brazil, South Africa, Brussels, and other cities that we can borrow from, who are all speaking and have started taking action on vacant properties in their city. The lab has also worked on a study on how this proposition can be implemented in Beirut, but I am not at liberty of discussing it here. But we can speak of different barriers that we need to overcome to implement this proposal, such as, first of all, the ideological resistance, of course, and how property is perceived as an untouchable asset. We can establish needed mechanisms that can allow owners to anticipate a level of return while protecting the property against potential risks. There's also the financial barriers from the side of property owners for initial rehabilitation, which can be resolved by soft financing, the interventions of development institutions and nonprofit organizations. There's also the logistical barriers, which require a champion or a dedicated actor that most often has to be a nonprofit organization that can help bridge the gap between stakeholders and ensure project execution. Concerns over prolonged occupation or squatting can be cleared through a clear timeline and exit plan, and legitimacy concerns requires that the state is an active actor and partner in this proposal. So just before I close, I just want to highlight again that the history of back-to-back crises in Lebanon makes it even more urgent to consider closely the sustainable and temporary use of abandoned buildings as emergency and affordable shelter, and to rethink why is it okay to sacrifice our children's learning without considering vacant and abandoned properties as a viable housing solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Abir, for that insightful presentation. Abir gave us an overview of the different modalities of shelter acquisition during the recent Israeli war. provoking us to consider existing resources and opportunities in the city, such as vacant housing, for sustainable and viable alternative solution. Our third and last speaker is Ms. Claudine Caraquet. Ms. Claudine is the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Finance. She holds a master's degree in Computer Science and Business Management. She has over 25 years of extensive experience. She has led and implemented reforms programs across several countries, addressing all structural, organizational, and operational aspects for public finances and tax administration. She has also led and executed fiscal reforms program related to revenue collection and land management in Lebanon. She possesses in-depth knowledge of the requirements of both the public and private sector in designing strategic and operational frameworks for modernizing projects and reform initiatives. Ms. Claudine has also worked with various international organizations, including the IMF, the World Bank, UNDP, the European Union, and other international donors, serving as an advisor on tax, land management, and cadastral administration. So Claudine will be talking about the repercussions that have resulted from the economic collapse in 2019 and the strategic pathways set by the government to overcome the challenges. She will also be highlighting the state's key priorities for a sustainable housing future in Lebanon. The floor is yours, Claudine.
Thank you, Ornella. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna be short, promise. How this works? Okay. So, thank you for the two insightful presentations from my colleagues. In fact, my presentation addresses the crisis in Lebanon, but from a different perspective. The focus will be on strategic policy recommendations, transparency in real estate, and public-private partnerships. Before diving into solutions, let's take a quick look at Lebanon's economic crisis. Since 2019, as my colleagues said before me, since 2019, Lebanon has been facing layered economic crisis impacting housing, land, and property, driven by several interconnected factors. I would say they are direct causes and indirect causes. The direct one is the financial system, the government insolvency resulting in broad economic stagnation, the hyperinflation that has drastically reduced citizen ability to afford housing. The Lebanese pound has lost over 98% of its value, reducing the purchasing power. With the inflation, the salaries have lost their value, worsening economic hardship again. And the fifth one is the international community that has paused to provide financial assistance, further worsening the housing crisis. Coupled with indirect pressing factors that have worsened the situation, the COVID-19, the political impasse, the Beirut port explosion. In addition of all these, we have the lack of institutional governance needed to be re-engineered, the need to update the legislative framework, and last but not least, the IT disruption due to severe funding shortages and skilled labor migration, especially in the government sector, in the public sector. This deep crisis has created the need for action, and the newly formed government is working to shift Lebanon from stagnation to rapid recovery in order to not to be stuck in the bottom. Next are proposals for strategic reforms. Okay. Sorry, how to go back? The green one to go back. To go back. No, it didn't work. برجع. Oui. Okay. So these proposals will lay down to the foundation for short-term economic stabilized and market growth. The first, of course, is stabilizing the financial sector. Currently, the government is pushing toward financial restructuring, distributing losses, and strengthening the banking system, as well as enhancing transparency, implementing tax and policy reforms with the technical assistance from the IMF, including as well investing in housing and infrastructure with the support of UN Habitat and the World Bank, and promoting sustainable development in collaboration with UNDP. Breaking these proposals down further, we start by mapping strategic pathways for real estate growth. Lebanon is seriously considering introducing fiscal measures to boost real estate. For instance, we are planning to impose tax on long-term vacant housing units to respond to Abir's problem, to stimulate economic activity and encourage property use. We're considering providing tax incentives for housing cooperatives to encourage affordable housing, lowering licensing and real estate registration fees to stimulate transactions, offer VAT refund and income tax exemptions for housing investments, and impose a temporary, and I insist on temporary, reconstruction surtax because of the damage of the houses after the Israeli attack. And last, higher capital gain tax on real estate profits by extending the tax period, the exemption tax period, from 12 to 25 years to boost revenues. Beyond taxation, green and smart housing policies can create a more sustainable real estate sector. In that regard, previous budget laws in Lebanon have included exemptions related to eco-friendly and technologically advanced housing solutions. Among these are the tax exemption for green building, the smart housing initiatives to integrate digital infrastructure and optimize resource use, and in addition, the legislative reforms are also necessary by the modernization of outdated building laws and enactment of new proposed laws, and empowering the municipality to enforce better urban planning. These policies should be coupled with digital transformation and working on reforming administrative procedures, reactivating housing loans, and implementing secure digital ledger for property transactions. In addition, pushing forward with these leasing ownership solutions, for sure, any initiative must work hand in hand with the private sector, especially in Lebanon, given all the complications we have already talked about. So PPT, if it is well structured, can offer a viable solution for leveraging state-owned land for housing projects, integrating commercial spaces to increase revenue, allowing developers to share project revenues with landowners, utilizing state-owned land for construction material production, and investing in roads and transportation in rural areas. To summarize the key elements for building resilient and inclusive housing market, the future of Lebanon housing sector depends on reviving the real estate market, increasing government revenue through taxation and PPPs, encouraging investments and improving housing accessibility, enhancing transparency through governance reforms. Now here, let's explore the role and responsibilities of different stakeholders To implement these strategies effectively, the RASI matrix will be instrumental in clearly defining the role and responsibility of various stakeholders. For example, here is a typical case illustrating the RASI, the responsible, accountable, consultant, and informed, which we can build upon in our next proposals. To capitulate the housing example, we're going to compare the approach to affordable housing with other countries. Lebanon primarily relies on the private sector for affordable housing but lacks strong government policies. Other countries offer different models, such as Turkey, for example. The government-led model, TOKI, supports developers financially, whereas Germany, strong tenant protection and rent control laws. The UAE as well has a strong public-private partnership with the government incentives. In conclusion, Lebanon needs a hybrid model that blends public support with private sector involvement. Finally, the key recommendations to ensure a sustainable housing future for long-term sustainability, Lebanon should strengthen its legal framework for public housing and green construction, implement blockchain, it's going to be at the end, promote PPPs, and to attract international funding, and of course comply with the international governance standard ISO for quality assurance, and engage the Lebanese diaspora in housing projects through investments program. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudine, for that insightful presentation on the repercussions that have resulted from the monetary collapse and the solutions and the key priorities set by the government. With the new government in place, we are hopeful that some concrete solutions will be implemented and tangible progress will be made, hopefully. All right. So I would like to thank all of our speakers for their excellent contributions. We have now some time for questions from the audience, if anyone has any question.
شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Thank you. Through the intervention of Professor Hiba about the subject of vacant housing, I want to shed light on this aspect, more of this problematic, not also in times of crises such as the crisis in Lebanon and similar countries which are struggling with conflicts, but also this problematic of vacant houses is the problem of many other countries such as Morocco. We in Morocco, we paid attention to this problem, and also we asked the question after a lot of studies. The studies have shown that housing or vacant housing represents a huge percentage of houses in Morocco. How can we fix this problem, or how can these vacant houses fix housing problems and also provide low-income families with houses? For me, this is a problematic and an issue. There were some suggested solutions. Firstly, we have to ask the question, what are the reasons that lead us or that lead owners to not put their houses in the market in order to fix the problem of housing? I believe that this is that there are multiple problems. But one of the main reasons, it might be the problem of land speculation, because people own land and houses, especially when it is supported from the government. They just freeze it and they do not put it into use until the prices go up after 5 or 10 years, and then they sell it. The problem of land speculation is the reason, but maybe there is another reason, which is the reason of the fear of the loss of the ownership, or the loss of housing through disputes that might occur with the tenants. Here we ask the question of legal frameworks that might fix the rights that organize the dynamics of renting in order to promote the ability of, or the acceptance of owners to rent their houses. However, we did not reach any concrete results. Another reason, the third reason, is the legal constraints. Although there were reforms, but there is this problem of laws. People are afraid of going to courts and all these procedures. And these procedures, they might lose the right due to multiple problems. These three problems, land speculation, a legal problem, and also a judicial problem. These problems we should look into these problems in order to find solutions. I suggest in the last intervention there was this taxation on owners. I do not say the opposite, but the institutions and the government must promote or must encourage the owners in order to incorporate their houses into the market, in order to fix this problem of housing in the Arab countries, which are going, whether those who are going through crisis, which are going through crisis, or otherwise. I just wanted to shed light. I want from the our guests to shed light on this problematic. It's not just only the problem of Lebanon, but also other countries such as Morocco. I am going to answer your question, but just the part that concerns me. If I may, Professor Avir, you spoke about about foreign experiences in European countries. You mentioned Spain, but you did not go into details about these solutions. We must know the recommendations and concrete solutions that might fix this problem of vacant housing. I'm going to answer my part. Lebanon has specificities that are different than other Arab countries. In Lebanon, we have a diaspora. Most of the diaspora, after years of work, they aim to obtain a house in Lebanon. Therefore, we have vacant housing. If we do taxation and force those people to rent their houses, is the only solution, most effective solution to increase revenues for the country, and also make this be integrated into the economy. We might use something rather than taxation, but there is no one In a foreign country, they all have houses, but they don't want anyone else to come to their houses. Therefore, they do not use it for a rental. We need to change the way people think in the region. We need some rehabilitation so we can convince those people to invest in these houses and be protected legally. Lebanon, the Lebanese constitution of protection of private tenure or ownership, as Abir mentioned, and this must be applied in Lebanon, we have to change the legislations and laws in a way that might go with the conditions in which we live. 50 years ago, there was no displacement or this vacancy in these houses, but now it is persistent. Thank you for your intervention. I also want to thank Madame Claudine for what concerns the vacancy. This is not just something that's going on in Lebanon, but also it is something where all the countries in the world suffer from. Housing now is a commodity that generates money. They either use it as a place where they can generate money. Therefore, housing in general now is a money generation source. There are now policies in order to limit vacancy in France, in Vancouver, Spain, or Cyprus. There are some policies. These policies are about tax vacant housings based on the years of vacancy and also the reason behind the vacancy, why this house is vacant, and also is it open for rent or the owner does not want it to be rent and he doesn't want to use it. Therefore, he is being taxed for that. There is a country that took a radical approach. There is a European country, I don't remember the name, maybe it is Switzerland, I am not sure about the name. What I know is that it's European. If your apartment is vacant and someone comes to it, he is legally, or he can legally stay there because your place is vacant. In Lebanon, and I believe that in most of the Arab countries, we have the right of ownership. It is very upheld, this right. We don't want to reach this point. We saw that in the war, even though the newly built buildings were people did squatting in those new cities. So people took these places for themselves, although they are not theirs. And this was illegal. And not through government mechanisms, it was informal. What we suggest, our proposal is the following: to give the government the right to go into an agreement with the owner to use his apartment for affordable housing, for example, in emergencies or in just to have this to have enough apartment in the city for people with low and medium income. We are not trying to force it on the owner, but we are trying to give incentives to the owners in order to take part. Taxation is one element that might be used, But also we have to take a look at the type of a vacancy. This must be regulated through policies. A newly built apartment in towers in luxurious neighborhoods. These places are big places. They must be. I mean, we have to tax those places. We cannot force the owner to rent this place, but we can. However, we can tax. So if you choose to let or to if you choose that your apartment would be vacant, you would pay taxation. There are also inheritance problems. In these cases, we can use mechanisms where we can incorporate UN organizations or development agencies who can work and agree with the owner in order to allow room for more housing. These are among the solutions we think of. That depends on the type of vacancy, of course. We think of what type of intervention we want to apply without reaching this point of squatting, which is the solution. The solutions you mentioned, I did not talk about these solutions. I only talked about the barriers and the complicities that can stop this projects, and how can we fix it through soft financing and to have a party that is managing those buildings. In the laboratory of cities, we are trying to see how we can apply this mechanism in the heart of Beirut. I cannot go into details now because this is confidential. However, at some point in the future, we can discuss this. Not only in Europe, but also in Brazil and Brussels in Belgium. I'm going to give you an example. In Brussels, they adopted something called temporary agreement. The owner with a vacant house or apartment, they tell him that they are going to do rehabilitation, and in order to use his apartment. After the Russo-Ukrainian crisis, this was adopted. For example, you can go into an agreement with a Ukrainian refugee, and then you can give him the apartment for free, and then there is an exit plan of how to exit eventually from the unit without having any problems in the long term. These agreements, there was the government involved and also the owner alongside other organizations. For what concerns these solutions, are there legislations within Lebanon for what concerns taxation? This is for taxations on owners or the diaspora. Do you think that this is going to affect the number of buildings and stop the diaspora from buying new houses? Thank you for your question. Of course, there is going to be an impact, but the taxation is something that we are going to do. It is going to start slowly. We are going to take into consideration the years of vacancy. There is an association. We are going to do a consultation with all the private sector and see how we can tax without having an impact on the diaspora and there are we discussed this thing previously in Lebanon, but there was a refusal. The diaspora are putting pressure on the government because if they might stop investments in Lebanon and they might go to Cyprus or Greece and invest there instead. Therefore, in multiple times in discussions, this the implementation of these taxes on vacant housing stock. There might be, we are discussing solutions. If you have more than 2 houses, for example, we tax that. If you have 1 vacant house, it's different. We are trying to establish formulas for disputed buildings where where there is squatting. We are trying to implement a project. For example, we are trying to ease the legal frameworks and also apply lawyers in order to fix these problems. And for example, if you have when it comes to inheritance problems. So we are trying to agree with the government. So if we fix these problems and then you have this ownership of land, the government would have to use affordable renting. I just want to add something for Madam Nadim. In Lebanon, we do not have a place that is free from taxation. If I live in an apartment, I what the Ministry of Finance asks is to nullify taxation on vacant houses. It's not a taxation on vacant houses precisely, but the apartment is just exempted from taxation. This should not affect taxation that you pay to the municipality or to the Ministry of Finance. This is for cleaning the city and also the utilities of the city. If you, as an investment, if you want to buy an apartment in Beirut, you need utilities and public services. So in order for this to happen, the owners and the tenants, they also pay. So both parties need to contribute to the municipality for it to do its work. If you leave your house vacant, this affects the public services and utilities. This is the point. A note on the sidelines. It's not about the legal and technical framework mentioned, but I'm going to talk about another point about vacancy, because it is the subject of your question. We have to take into consideration that this topic can take a more radical path. We have to take into consideration that birth rates in the world are decreasing. Therefore, we might reach a point where instead of population growth, there is going to be a decrease in population growth. This problem of vacancy is going to increase. and be more radical. We must think about solutions from now, because we are going to face a huge, much bigger problem in the future.
To thank our speakers again for the informative session. And I hope this session has provided all of you with valuable information and the renowned sense of urgency to address critical HLP challenges. So this concludes our session, and thank you everyone for participating.
إنسان مغترب.
ما بعرف بس بعرف انه